All right, good morning. Welcome. I'm Andrew Moss, Director for External Relations and Minority Affairs, and also the Director for Project Reach here at the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. So thank you for joining us today. Before we begin, and happy to see all the faces here, but just want to go over a few housekeeping items. Just so that you're aware, if you need to, the restrooms are outside the doors to your left. And if you need to have any coffee or anything like that, it's across the hall in conference room A, B, and C, where we will also have the events from the stage streaming into that room so you can view it and still be a part of it. As we've said in the past, the OCC is the convener, so you bring the ideas for solutions and we'll bring the coffee, and so we have plenty of it, so help yourself to it today. Today's event is intended to give you an opportunity to learn about Project Reach participants, what they've done, and what they're planning to do to increase financial inclusion. But before we get started, please join me right now in welcoming Acting Comptroller Michael Sue to the stage.
Thanks so much. Okay, thank you, Andrew. Is this working? Okay, great. Wow, it's great to see everybody here for our Financial Inclusion Summit for Project Reach. Ton of work has gone into this. I first off want to thank Andrew and his team, and the executive sponsors, Gravetta Gardenier and Lauren Oppenheimer, and of course all of you. The program we have for this summit has three parts. First part is we're really going to focus on Project Reach's founding. And I think that's really important. It's about our roots. Many of you know this through some of our material. Some of you lived it. Some of you were part of it. I think it's good to go back and hear those stories about what the roots of Project Reach are. Second is we're going to have a panel focused on our successes. You know, what has Project Reach accomplished over the past 3 to 4 years, and really zeroing in on what those accomplishments are and what the ingredients and kind of the stories behind that. And the third is to turn to the future. These three parts are really important to talk about this year because things are changing. When Project Reach was started in 2020, it was in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd. There was a collective moment in the country. And that collective moment was a recognition, a shared recognition by everybody that we had to think about things and do things differently. And everyone agreed with that. That was, I felt it, my colleagues felt it, we felt it at work, we felt it at home. It was pretty special. And the OCC took a pretty bold step to say, we're going to do something differently. We're going to create a project where instead of having different parties on different sides of the room, kind of in their normal roles, we're going to reach out to leaders of banks, non-banks, technology firms, civil rights groups, community organizations, and we're going to put them on the same side of the table. And we're going to say, as Andrew put it, here's some coffee, and what are the key barriers to financial inclusion? What are the problems that we have to solve, and what are the solutions? Go. And instead of everyone kind of going into their normal corners with their normal relationships and their normal patterns, we did it differently. And because of that, that led to certain successes. And I think remembering what those roots were are very, very important because we need to maintain that going forward. There was risk involved with that. You know, just backstage talking to some folks, like it was not a given that Project Reach would exist in the way it does, where we're all on the same side of the table kind of working through these things. And that risk, I believe, has paid off. And so we've got some, that second panel where we're going to talk through some of those successes, I think is really critical to emphasize and to remember to recognize what those successes are. But the third is that we are now in a different place. And I remember when I became acting comptroller in 2021, I had a meeting with some civil rights groups. So I tried to meet with community groups, civil rights groups, bankers, you know, everyone, all stakeholders in the federal banking system. And that meeting with civil rights groups, it was going really well. You know, I was talking through, here's the things that the OCC is prioritizing, here are the things that we are doing to move the ball forward. You know, it felt really good. A lot of positive affirmation. And then someone raised their hand and said, well, here's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about when the cameras turn off, what does everyone do? And it was a very sobering moment. Like, it really made me pause and reflect and think. We are in that moment now in terms of the overall collective mood of where the country is. Now, I think some folks, for some, this is something to fret about. I see this as an opportunity. I really do see this as an opportunity. The problems that we are trying to address are hard problems. Financial inclusion, barriers to financial inclusion, if these were easy problems, they would have been solved. These are really hard problems. To solve really hard problems, you need bold ideas that are loosely held. And why do I say that? Because if you could just simply attack it with a project plan, just kind of tick through the things, there are plenty of folks out there who can do that, and who can do that in their sleep. These aren't those kinds of problems. These require different kinds of solutions where folks are thinking boldly and they're open-minded. They're open-minded to other bold ideas. They're not dogmatic about it. And this is part of, I think, the real benefit of Project Reach is it opened that door for folks to say, hey, I've got an idea. I've got a crazy idea. In order to address this issue, what do you guys think? Okay, hey, that's interesting. Maybe we should try that. Provided the space for that. Maybe we should try that if we can work with these other groups. Let's commence those relationships. Let's talk about that. If in this moment, like, because the cameras are off, there's more space for bold ideas loosely held. And I think it's really important for us in this year's summit to kind of remember those roots, kind of rejuvenate, revive, reconnect with the DNA of Project Reach to do that going forward. The second opportunity I see is now we're amongst the truly committed. I think that there is sometimes when there's a popularity around certain ideas, lots of folks come in, everyone's part of the effort, that's great. But now we're in a moment where it's every project that I've worked on that's been both personally rewarding and successful and memorable and really moved the needle, it's amongst a group of very, very dedicated folks who are sharing an objective. That's what I feel in this room today. That's what I feel with Project Reach. That's where we are. And I think now we can do that with confidence as we move forward. It's great to see everyone here. I'm really looking forward to this year's program. See a lot of familiar faces. I see some new faces. I want to say welcome and just encourage everyone to fully participate, put those bold ideas out there, be open-minded, and really looking forward to the program. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I tell you, I always got to be careful that I don't hit this mic too much with my tie, make a whole lot of extra noise. It sounds like I'm a kid playing with paper. But anyway, just want to welcome everyone again and just say that this panel that we have up here today is just part of the group that helped us to stand up Reach and really expand it. So let me first introduce to my immediate right, Lori Vignaw, President and CEO of Lift Fund. To her right, Tim Welsh. He's the Vice Chair of Consumer and Business Banking at U.S. Bank. And to his right, John Hope Bryant, Founder, Chairman, and CEO of Operation Hope. These three have been great supporters of Project Reach. I wanted to have them here today to talk about what inspired them to get involved with this initiative, what really helped them to move the needle in some of the activities that we've been doing, along with others who've been in the room. I know that some of the other founders and also people who've helped kick this off, such as we have Kleber Santos from Wells Fargo, Faith Batista from National Diversity Coalition, John Boyd from the National Black Farmers Foundation, Jen Sung, just to name a few. But there have been so many people. We couldn't do this without the support of all of these who will be a part of this village. The village is the key part of how we made this successful. And so I just want to give this opportunity to all of these individuals who've been a key or integral part of what we've done as far as helping to expand opportunities for financial inclusion. Just a chance or forum to tell you about what inspired them to be a part of this. So with that, let's turn it over to Lori. So Lori's been in with Project Reach from the beginning as with one organization, but then came back with another. So Lori, talk about what really inspired you to be a part of it.
It was you, Andrew. What else can I say? 4 years ago, it's hard to imagine that it's been 4 years already. And many of you guys can probably recall that that was right when the pandemic happened. I had also become the new president and CEO of Unity National Bank, which is the only African-American bank in the host state of Texas, with also a branch in Atlanta. And it was during a time when the pandemic happened, the shutdown, you're trying to connect with your other lender partners. Because as a minority bank, you know that you need resources, you need support, you need assistance. And I think I was sharing earlier, what Project Reach did was allowed us to have a conversation with our partners in a way that allowed us to really talk to each other. They no longer engaged because they had to, they engaged because they wanted to. With the murder of George Floyd, it also kind of opened up the Pandora's box of just where all the disparities lie, not just in banking, but in healthcare, in education, and housing. It was everywhere. And what Project Reach did for all of us was allowed us to come to the table and really have an open conversation and connect the dots on how we can work together to have an impact. And I can say with no reservation or hesitation, I want to give a shout out to my former chairman, Dr. Case Lawal, who allowed me to be a part of the institution during that very challenging time, was that it allowed Unity Bank to engage, and it allowed us to access resources that we didn't have available before, and we're no longer a bank that lost money every year, but we became profitable, and it provided us with the resources because of the connectivity of those that was in the room in order to advance the organization so that we could do more in providing access to capital to those who needed it the best. So I want to commend Andrew, Michael, the Deputy Comptroller, because without your innovation and vision, none of us would be here today. I mean, we would not be having this conversation. I would hate to think what the world would have been like. We would have been still kind of like chugging along, trying to explain the value that we bring, but you allowed us to show the value. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. It's been a pleasure having you a part of this. Tim, what about just some of the things that you've been from a lender's perspective?
Well, I like where Lori has already started this because this is going to be part of an ode to Andrew and to the OCC,
Yeah.
which I think
It doesn't help.
We'll continue that. We'll continue that in just a second. So, it's hard to believe it was 4 years ago. It seems like yesterday and an eternity, right? In so many ways. I know I am in banking. I know that many of you are in financial services or the work you do in community because we're trying to create communities where every single person can thrive, right? That's the environment that I want to be a part of. I hope all of you want to be a part of, where everybody can achieve their full potential. At US Bank, we call that powering human potential. So that's the mindset that I come to work every day with. The murder of George Floyd was really profound, right? It occurred 3 miles from my house, right? I live in Minneapolis. And at that point, I had already spent 20 years working in the city of Minneapolis and St. Paul to help create an environment where everybody could thrive. And so that moment, which was exactly 4 years ago yesterday, was really profound. And I didn't even realize how profound it was. It occurred, many of you will remember, on Monday of Memorial Day. And that Friday, as I do almost every Friday, I host a call of about 1,000 people on my team to just talk about what's going on at the bank, what we're doing, et cetera. And I knew that I needed to talk about this murder because obviously it was in the news hugely, but it was quite personal. It just really hurt. And I didn't realize how much it hurt. So I get on this call with 1,000 people and I just lose it. Right? I couldn't believe that I had worked for 20 years in this community and that this could happen, because this was exactly the opposite of powering human potential. And so there I am, and I get an email from one of my colleagues, because I'm sort of feeling hopeless. And any of you who know me know that I'm a quite religious person. He sends me a quote from Mother Teresa. And it says, when you feel like you've worked your entire life for something that can get torn down in a minute, don't worry, keep working at it. I thought, oh my gosh, okay, that's Mother Teresa telling me I can't quit. And Andrew, you were then the answer, right? Which was Project Reach, along with my dear friend and brother, Operation Hope, John Hope Bryant, and so many others, said we're going to do things differently now, right? This is going to be a time when we really can make the kind of changes. We can partner with community groups, Lori, in new ways. We can work collaboratively across financial institutions. We're going to get the support of the regulators to bring us all together. And I said, boy, I got to jump in on that because I don't want anything like this to ever happen in my community again or in anybody else's community. And so, Andrew, you really were a beacon of hope, you and the whole OCC, to bring us all together and to see the progress we have made and the distance we still have to go, right? I think, but you have been a beacon of hope and inspiration for all of us. And I look around this room and I see nice to see so many faces in person as opposed to just on little boxes. But you think about the work that we have done together and the work that we can do together to create that vision where everybody has a chance to achieve their full potential. I'm very optimistic, and it wouldn't be happening without all this group together. So thank you, Andrew.
And thank you, Chandler. I have to say, I'm just a vessel for the agency. So there are so many people in here who've been a part of Project Reach and have really helped to stand this up that it's across all of our different business areas. So it's probably too many to name in here, but these are the people who are really behind me, who help push me up so that people like you and John and Lori and others can help with coming together and bring about solutions. So it's very important that we do that. So thank you.
You'll be blamed for the failures. You might as well take credit for it. just say yes and thank you.
Well, you know, it's the old adage, with great power comes great responsibility from Spider-Man.
Exactly.
Now we're having a real conversation.
Well, you know, it's better than our other conversations. Usually it's like John and I will say, well, who are you, Team Drake or Team Kendrick? So, you know. But John, tell about what really inspired you to be a part of Project Reach.
Not you. First of all, Comptroller Sue, you're an amazing human being. I don't know where he went, but you're an amazing human being, and you've always been ahead of the curve at the front line, doing the hard work, taking on topics that you really didn't have to, but you do it anyway. Barry in front of you, another great leader, and Gravetta, wherever she is, all the heroes and sheroes at this agency. You're doing God's work. You know, I was a little disappointed. By the way, they can turn down my mic a little bit. I have a very loud voice. We don't want to sound like church in here. I was a little disappointed when I first came in here. You know, there's like, good morning. Hey. You know, I'm from the black church, and I'm used to seek and respond. And the Bible suggests, be hot or be cold. If you're lukewarm, I'll spat you out. Translation, even God does not like mediocrity. Good morning.
Good morning.
That kind of passion is necessary for change.
It is.
We're sitting in a moment in history, right now. But history does not feel historic when you're sitting in it. It just feels like another day. But that does not mean the moment is actually not historic. It takes 20 years to change a culture. People who were walking around with Dr. King in 1965 in Atlanta weren't saying, oh my God, there's history right there. He was at the grocery store. He was at parent-teacher night. He gave the same speech 100 times before the March on Washington, I Have a Dream speech. That's why it was so well known. That's why when he gave the speech that last time on the mall, you know, Mahalia Jackson said, tell him about the dream, Martin. Translation, I'm so tired of hearing this raggedy speech. Will you please riff, tell me something new? And then it's that piece, that innovative piece. That's the piece that everybody remembered when he started riffing. But he was at this for 13 years. He thought he had failed. And we look back at that and say, oh my God, all that was historic. Dr. King's secretary would type up his notes when he was in jail in Birmingham. He would write it on tissue paper and on edges of newspapers and give it to Andrew Young to get it out the jail. And the secretary would type it up and throw the throw the tissue paper and the newspaper in the trash. Think about this. His original writings, this is like Abraham Lincoln or something. Just throw it, because she's in the moment. She doesn't think anything special about this. Now, we all look back at this moment and go, oh my God. You're in an oh my God moment right now. That's why I won't accept this. Because you guys are the change agents for the next 50 to 100 years. This is the third Reconstruction. So let's step back to understand where you are for a moment. After George Floyd's murder, this was said about Project Reach. This is, but keep in mind, this is the premier federal banking regulatory agency for nationally chartered banks, for the largest economy in the world. Very conservative. Please listen. A roundtable for economic access and change, Project Reach, was launched shortly after the murder of George Floyd. Project Reach was announced in July 2020 in response to the heightened awareness of racial and economic inequalities in the United States. Project Reach aims to promote greater access to capital and credit for underserved communities and address long-standing issues of economic inequality. The initiative brings together leaders from the banking industry, civil rights organizations, and other stakeholders to identify and reduce barriers to financial inclusion and to create opportunities for economic advancement in minority and underserved communities. Now, hold on to that for a minute. That's pretty, that doesn't sound like something coming from a federal regulatory agency, but hold on to that a minute. Why does OCC do this? Well, let's think about OCC's history. The OCC was created and signed into law by President Abraham Lincoln in 1863. The creation of the OCC was largely a response to the financial instability and lack of uniform national currency during the Civil War. Before the OCC's establishment, the US banking system was highly fragmented, and state-chartered banks issued their own banknotes, which led to a lack of consistency and trust in the currency. The decentralized system contributed to frequent banking crises and financial instability. The OCC was created to stabilize the banking system by establishing a system of nationally chartered banks that issued a uniform national currency backed by the US government securities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't end there. 2 years later, Secretary of War Stanton and General Sherman go to Savannah, Georgia, and ask former slaves, then soon to be former slaves, what do you want after slavery? By the way, my second great grandfather, George Floyd, was an officer in the US Black troops, fought in the Civil War under Lincoln as part of the Black troops in Memphis. So this is personal to me. He was a slave who fought for his own freedom. And my grandfather was a sharecropper, born in 1871, by the way, R.B. Smith. My father was a businessman, I'm an entrepreneur. So 1865, January, Andrew, these ministers said, we don't want welfare, we don't want a handout, an apology would be nice. What we want is land. We want to do for ourselves. Fine, Field Action 15 sets aside 400,000 acres. Then they worked that land on the beach in North Carolina so hard. They said, my God, they're so industrious, give them a mule. 40 acres and a mule. January, February 1865. March 1865, March 3rd, here comes the Freedmen's Bank, part of the Freedmen's Bureau, created by Abraham Lincoln to, quote, teach freed slaves about money, end quote. Financial literacy, 1865. Mm-hmm. Who's the regulator? The OCC. It was created down the street from us, across from the White House, because Lincoln wanted to have an eye on his most important experiment after the Civil War, to give people access and opportunity, ownership, and a level playing field. And they killed Lincoln the next month for dreaming too much, too boldly, and I dare say giving blacks the right to vote. Booth said, that's the last speech you'll ever give. January, the land. February, the mule. March, the bank. April, the assassination. It's not like black folks and brown folks got the memo on free enterprise and capitalism and screwed it up. We just never got the memo. And where the rules are published and the playing field is level, we absolutely kill it. I mean, look at black folks in sports. Yes, traditional sports, football, but tennis, F1 racing. I mean, it's not just black people. Anybody with aspiration and desire who you level the playing field will go and achieve and help this great nation. But barriers exist. And change doesn't happen by itself. And the bank failed, and I had a hand in getting the U.S. Treasury Annex Building renamed the Freedmen's Bank Building in 2016. It is now called the Freedmen's Bank Building today, but that was lost history. No one had even thought about the Freedmen's Bank for 100 years. So why did Dr. King get assassinated? Because for 100 years, you had federal law, you had local laws in direct conflict with federal law. For 100 years, the South had created their own set of laws. And Dr. King essentially gave his life to take down a whites-only sign, and because he pivoted to money once again, trying to pick up where Lincoln left off. And he was killed the same month, April 1968. The first Reconstruction was a civil war. Pushback right after that. By the way, that land was given right back to the slaveholders who owned the plantations the year after Lincoln was assassinated. People don't know that history. Second Reconstruction, civil rights movement. Pushback followed that. And I think that George Floyd's murder was the third Reconstruction. 2020 to 2030. But now we're trying to get from the streets to the suites. The color's not black or white or red or blue. It's green. So here comes the OCC, laying out a bold and audacious vision. Because without banking, you do not have change in America or any place else where you need seed corn to grow. And once again, providing stability, providing access. It's the same thing that Lincoln was calling for in 1863. Are you with me? Or am I talking to myself? And so bold leaders did bold things. And I like Tim so much, I made him an honorary black man. And look, he's turning pink. It's working. And Tim and I got together, and Tim didn't make some half-measured commitment. Tim and U.S. Bank said, we have to do something, Andrew. And so they launched a Hope Inside. Not just in some community center or something. No, they built a dedicated bank branch, a real bank branch, and gave us real estate in it. And to this day, it's got our branding on the outside. It is literally a stone's throw from where George Floyd was murdered, to get credit scores up. Because all our problems happen in 500 credit score neighborhoods, to get the debt down, the savings up so the bank can say yes. And so we have this long-standing partnership with U.S. Bank, and they're part of the 1865 project. That date has some resonance and some meaning. And then here comes Wells Fargo right after that. And now we're talking about over 100 locations inside of Wells Fargo. That's extraordinary for a money center bank to make that kind of commitment, to get the bank out of the no business and back into the yes business. Here comes Bank of America, over 100 locations. Truist Bank, we're now accessing over 800 locations at Truist Bank. And Citibank, Citi announced a children's account program in Atlanta. Again, not tokenism. We now have a child's account for every kindergarten kid in Atlanta public schools. Now, why is this important, Andrew? Because if a kid gets an account with no money in it at kindergarten, they're 50% more likely to go to college. You put $25 in it, they're 75% more likely to graduate from college. This is transformational. So every kid now has a Hope Child's account with Citi in Atlanta. That came from Project Reach. Here comes Shopify, not even a regulated institution, inspired by what you guys did. Later in 2020, and they commit $130 million to create 1 million new black businesses in America. Here comes Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Truist, and others partnering with that. We've now created, inspired, nurtured 450,000 black businesses in 4 years. There's only 3.1 million black businesses in America. That's 12% of all black businesses in the country. That came from this. And you have other examples. This is real. Experian, which is involved in supporting this work. We said we need data. So we mapped every zip code in America by credit score. And what we found was extraordinary. Again, we can get maybe in the Q&A go back into the details of this, but the short version is, if you're living in a 580 credit score neighborhood, right, you live to 61 years old. You live in a 700 credit score neighborhood, 15 minutes apart. You live to 81 years old. The 580 credit score neighborhood. Now you stay with me here. Whether you're white, poor, rural, now you're riding at the ballot box, by the way, because you're angry that the economy walked away from you 70 years ago, the Industrial Revolution. Nobody gave you a business plan. Or you're black and brown urban and you feel invisible. Invisible. Here's what you see. Now you guys correct me if I'm wrong here. Black church, we okay? Tell me if I'm wrong. Same thing. Black and brown urban, white rural. A check casher. Next to a payday loan lender. Next to a rent-to-own store. Next to a title lender. Next to a liquor store. Next to a pawn shop. And a church down the street. That's your neighborhood psychologist. Try to make you feel a little bit better once a week so you don't go cray-cray and go postal on people on Monday. That is consistently in a 580 credit score neighborhood. You go 15 minutes from there, across this country, and you're in a 700 credit score neighborhood, and it's nirvana. And 700 credit score neighbors don't riot, they go shopping. and that's where the economic stability is. And literally, if you just move credit scores 100 points, this came out of Project Reach. You stabilize this country. And by the way, the banks get more customers. Everybody wins. This is not some social experiment. This is the future of this country. And no different than what Abraham Lincoln did in 1863. You put a marker down. No different after the Freedmen's Bank. You put a marker down for others to follow. And now we have to institutionalize this. We've got to do it in a way that doesn't lose the original passion for transformational change at scale. Now, some people are saying, yeah, but John, the environment is different. No, after every reconstruction, there's pushback. There's a reaction, and then there's an action, and there's a reaction, and sometimes there's a response. But darkness is defined by light, my last statement. Badness has failed goodness. For those who are spiritual here, I'll tell you this. The devil is real, but the devil is a punk. God gives the devil permission to exist. God gives the devil permission to exist. This world was made for light. It was made for opportunity. It's made out of hope. We got to screw this up. We're the light on the hill for the rest of the world. But God needs this country to continue to with all of our problems, is the most incredible place on the planet. And so this is not some project or some experiment. This is the future of America, which is the future for the world. What are you going to do about it?
No. And John, you're right. It's all about the institutions, and we have to change the institutions that are in those neighborhoods. And one thing that, speaking of trusted institutions, it was about having that MDI that was there. That was part of what we did with Project Reach. And as you mentioned, Freedmen's Bank, that's what it was about. It was about how do you give them an opportunity to save their money and feel trusted. So that's what we were trying to do when we had the MDI revitalization work stream, which was part of Project Reach. And that's why we brought in several of the MDIs that we supervise to understand and make those connections, because it went beyond. A lot of times people think about CRA is the basis for Project Reach. It's not. It's about building relationships. CRA is more about the transactions. This goes beyond that. We wanted to make sure that relationships, when you have a relationship with someone, you feel more trust. And Acting Comptroller Mike Sue always talks about we have to build more trust in what we do in the banking system, in the financial services industry. And so that's where Project Reach continues to look at how we can build the trust between community and industry and other stakeholders to help expand this. Go ahead,
Can I
Laura.
just add something to that comment? The other thing that you did was you took away the stereotype of what a minority bank looks like. And the criticism associated with us, because we weren't as sophisticated and we didn't have the same resources and we didn't have the same network, you know, you were looked upon as though you weren't worthy of some of the more robust relationships that you can get for having a larger institution partner with you. And you definitely allowed us and helped us to do that. And that's gone a long way, because there weren't any billion-dollar African-American banks in the country, but there are now, because of this conversation and the ability for us to formulate these relationships. So
I think, Lori, this is so important. You know, I'd pick up on this theme of trust and innovation. You know, one of the things I've said to Acting Comptroller Sue, and I think what you all have done in catalyzing this, as you and I have discussed, is you've brought together people that wouldn't naturally bump into each other, and we've been able to build trust and then innovate. You know, I think about, for example, the MDI that you were just talking about. One of the things we said, all the banks in Minnesota came together and said, look, we cannot have this happen in our community again. And we recognized as large banks that we were not often trusted by people in community. And we came together, and with the blessing of the regulators, we brought the first ever minority deposit institution, First Independence Bank, to Minnesota. The banks, the biggest banks there, you know, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, US Bank, Bremer, Huntington, we all provided capital, we provided branches, we provided talent, and that would never have happened without the catalytic innovation that Acting Comptroller Sue, you and Andrew and others have sponsored. It was about trust and it was about innovation, and you made that safe, right? And because you laid that foundation, it allows us to do exactly what John is describing, which is to create the future, to create a reconstruction that is actually true, right? That is where everybody has the opportunity to thrive. But the trust and innovation would never have happened without this, with the OCC coming together, and without everybody in this room and countless others believing that it was possible, right? And it's just, it is remarkable, the thing, you know, the things that has come out of the simple notions of trust and innovation.
And I want to add something else that Mr. Hope over here, kind of John, yes, of course, mentioned. You know, we're about to go through another revolution. You know, we talk about, we've just begun having the energy and the synergy around the connection between minority banks and, you know, I broke out of finance, guys. I'm a former banker for nearly 40 years, and now I'm on the nonprofit CDFI world, which is also a very critical piece to this equation, because I am the safe alternative to banks providing access to capital to small businesses. But there's a lot of noise, because as a result of this synergy that has been created and funding and money being transferred between these communities, now you have people talking about reverse discrimination, or, you know, the affirmative action, you know, where maybe some groups are getting a little bit more attention than others, and that we've already laid the playing field, and it's not leveled yet. We still have a lot of work to do. And I don't want us to get distracted from the work that we're charged with doing together as a team, just because a small group of individuals decided they wanted to make some noise. And so I appreciate that we're here today and we can continue to talk and dialogue and interconnect and find solutions and continue this journey, because it's even more important now than it was before. I mean, it hasn't stopped, but yeah.
John, you wanted to add?
So, building on what you just said,
Laurie.
Lori, this is a ridiculous conversation. This debate that we're having is ridiculous. Affirmative action was created for African Americans, but arguably the greatest contributor and beneficiary were white women. I don't have a problem with this, by the way. Hold on. In 1972, white women could not get a credit card, could not get a bank account. Not 1872.
Yeah.
1972. Could not get a loan unless your husband co-signed it.
Yeah.
Women, can I get an amen? Church was happening now. What have you done for me lately? In 1974, a law was passed, and efforts, call it Project Reach, of 1974. So you say, okay, what has that gotten us? Because people said, no, don't do this. This is going to be end of everything. This is ridiculous. Women have a place in the house, all kind of ridiculous stuff. Today, women are $7 trillion of our $23 trillion annual economy. They're 25% of the entire GDP of this country. If we had not done that with women in 1974, we'd be an also-ran country. We'd be a second-tier GDP nation in the world if we hadn't opened the doors for the least of these, all of our God's children to participate. Here we are again. 1950, America was 90% white. 1950. So what Dr. King, Andrew Young, Dorothy Height did was a miracle because it was a moral calling. But today, we'll have the first generation over 65 in our lifetime. Majority, these are baby boomers who are white, college educated, wealthy, and trying to retire. Am I being too blunt? Okay. 40% of Americans today are black and brown. Within 10 years, you're gonna have a majority of minorities. This is just math to me. There's not one racial comment I'm making. It's just math. So if you don't want diversity and inclusion, call it I don't care what you call it. Get rid of the labels. But if you don't want to support, and now this population I'm talking about, the lowest credit score in this nation, on average, are blacks, African Americans, 620 and less. That's not good for America. And so in the largest population, poor whites, and you go on and on and on. This whole group needs to be trained up and given financial literacy. Operation was raising credit scores 54 points in 6 months, 120 points in 24 months, lowering debt $3,800, increasing savings $2,000, somebody making $48,000 a year, that makes them bankable. It's not about race, it's about making somebody bankable so you can become a homeowner, a small business owner, an entrepreneur, access capital at prime rates. If we're not doing this at scale as a business plan, you tell me, if we're gonna be a majority of minorities in 10 years, what's the business plan for this country? What else do you do? It's completely, utterly, absolutely ridiculous. God has a sense of humor. Because now demographics are now destiny. So really, Comptroller Sue, you are ahead of your time. Because you didn't know this when you created this in 2020. This was not part of your plan. But I wrote something called the Business Plan for America. I'm not gonna, don't bother with it now, but pull it up on your phone and read it. It's nothing but data. And it is 4 pages of line by line data. And you tell me something on that data that doesn't make sense to you. It's irrefutable. And at the end of it, you come to one conclusion. We're all in this together.
Yes.
So you have now a group at the bottom of this economic pyramid, Andrew, that has to be refined, recruited, supported in order to be part of the future GDP of the largest economy in the world. It is really quite simple. So what Tim is doing is well-intentioned, but he's creating new customers. What Wells Fargo is doing is they're creating new customers. CRA has to become a business case.
Yes, it is.
Project Reach is really R&D for the future economy.
Absolutely. So with that said, just thinking about what are some of the barriers that you see on the horizon or other challenges that you think we should be focused on as far as addressing financial inclusion beyond the affirmative action reversals?
Credit impaired, not just credit invisible. And of course, I've been talking about that infinitum while I'm up here. I mean, most people I know are credit impaired. They're not credit invisible. Clearly, that's an issue. But most folks who I deal with have made a mistake. They've tripped and fallen. It's ready, fire, aim. Now their credit is toe up from the flow up. And the bank does not want to say, does not want to not take the application because you could be sued for discrimination. The bank does not want to tell them, hey, your credit is jacked up because you could be sued for discrimination. So Operation Hope, in this example, will say, Joanne, this credit looks like a bus accident. And she laughs because she knows it. Either she knows it or she hasn't checked it and she's like, well, I'm not surprised. Well, what's that? I don't know. Well, that's called an error. You know that the 3 credit bureaus, if you write a letter, this is the education through Project Reach. Do you know if they can't confirm that within 30 days, they must remove it? No, I didn't know that. Okay, let's write a letter. Most times they can't confirm it. The credit pops 30 points. That's a simple thing. So now you're from 580, now you're 610. Now all of a sudden you've got respectability. So I think that there's some things that we can do to reach beyond the original mandate, which makes this actually even more of a bankable bank interesting issue, because now you're creating middle-class customers. Half of all those who make $100,000 a year, Andrew, live from paycheck to paycheck.
You know?
A third of those who make $250,000 a year live from paycheck to paycheck. I'm not suggesting that should be Project Reach's client. But I'm saying, 70% of Americans live from paycheck to paycheck. 70%. This is not a poor person's issue. This is America. And so can we repair the breach? Can we get people back into the economy so they have human dignity? And I think that is a huge business case, a huge business opportunity, where you're actually creating safe and sound, you're actually ensuring safe and sound banking system by getting people prepared. And I think, of course, key to that is financial literacy. And that's something that I know a little bit about.
I want to add something to this ecosystem that John is talking about, because the role that he plays is so important, because you're right. Financial education, budgeting, the value of the dollar, how to use it, how to get it back into circulation is so important. But from the education piece, there lies nonprofit CDFIs like myself and minority banks, because we're able to provide access to capital while they're in the interim of preparing themselves to get over to the bank. So there is a process, but often we get lost in the conversation on where some of these resources are, so that we can connect the dots and maybe accelerate the process of getting them into Main Street banking. But that's what we do. And again, Project Reach allows us to have this conversation so that everyone in the room understands that we all play a role. It takes a village. It really takes all of us kind of creating this ecosystem so that no one falls in between the cracks. Because at the end of the day, getting them into Main Street banking is all of our objectives.
You know, I just want to pull these thoughts together, because I think this is extremely powerful, and one of the things I'm so excited about the future of Project Reach. If you think about what John has laid out for us, John has helped us, as he always does, remember that that this is something really big, right? This is historic. This is the civil rights issue of our generation, as you have said so eloquently so many times. What we are doing here is really big. Then we have incredible foresight from our regulators who said, trust and innovation, we got to build those. Okay, that's powerful. Big vision, we've got the foundation. Now, Lori, what you're talking about is the work, right? How do we do the day-to-day work together, collaboratively, that is so essential to make this happen? And I can't tell you, for example, how much I have learned about the work in this, the important role that nonprofits play. I mean, we look, for example, we've been looking at the topic of home ownership and small business. So many of us have, right? And you think, okay, well, what everybody needs is a loan, either a mortgage loan or a small business loan. Certainly, the capital is critical. But they also need to be educated about home ownership. They need to know someone who's a mortgage loan officer. They need to establish a business. They need an accountant. They need a web designer, right? So this is where the incredibly inspiring vision that John has laid out comes together with the trust and innovation that the OCC has allowed us to have, and then says, okay, we got to take every single piece of this puzzle and we got to figure out how we're going to make change to it, because it's not just going to be about one thing. It's not just going to be about making mortgages simpler. It's going to be about putting all of the ecosystem pieces together. But this is what I find so exciting, because we can do this. The conditions have been created. We have a vision. We have a platform from the OCC. We have trust with each other. Now it's all about us just rolling up our sleeves and saying, we're going to do this. And it's not just the right thing to do. It is a business case.
That's right.
Right? And so this is what's so powerful at this moment. We have all of the conditions are in place. Big vision, regulatory trust and innovation, relationships between people who hadn't had relationships. This is our moment, right? This is a time when we can do what we all aspire to do and create the communities that we all want to be a part of. That's why, Andrew, I'm so excited about where the future of Project Reach goes.
No, and you mentioned a lot of the work that we've been doing, and I think particularly some of the work that you've inspired, especially around the special purpose credit programs. I mean, you might want to talk a little bit more about that. We're going to have more with Kayanne from your team in a little bit, but I think people need to understand the importance of why special purpose credit programs exist and how this reverse discrimination, we don't want that to impact it in a way that will limit what we could do with the communities that need it most.
So special purpose credit vehicle is one of those things that you learn so much when you do work like this. So first of all, you ask yourself, why would anybody call it special purpose credit vehicle? That is clearly not designed by a marketer. That doesn't roll off your tongue, right? But it is a very powerful force and something, frankly, that we've been trying to do with the OCC these are regulatorily approved processes and procedures that basically allow banks to expand the criteria and data that we use to underwrite loans, right? It's hugely important. And we now, along with lots of other banks, are experimenting with them, rolling them out nationally. We have one for affordable housing, one for mortgage, and one for small business. So to take small business as an example, we're now able to lend to minority-owned institutions, women-owned, veteran-owned institutions in ways that we couldn't before. That is a direct example of the innovation that Acting Comptroller Sue, you have been so passionate about, Andrew, you've helped facilitate, would never have happened without Project Reach. Right? And what we're doing, again, wouldn't have happened without all of you, is we're sharing that among banks. Like, think about that. When does that happen? Yeah. Right? When people say, oh my goodness, U.S. banks figured out something, let's share it with everybody else so we can do it. That is an incredible gift, right? Yep. And so I think I personally have just found this journey so interesting because I didn't know about all these things, right? And I got to learn, and then we got to use the platforms that we all have to figure out how to expand, and we got to build new friendships to be able to do this. But that's something which sounds so technical, special purpose credit vehicle, or special purpose credit program, can be so catalytic in doing the things that we all want to achieve.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you again. So Lori, just as we start to close this out, just tell me, what are your thoughts? What do you think we should be focused on going forward?
Good question. There's so many on my list. Let's just start with just making sure we're engaging, because without the engagement in the conversations, we're never able to talk about where the pain points are and the steps that we can be doing together to advance them. The world is changing before our eyes, between technology and fintechs and for-profits that are trying to do nonprofit work and making sure that we're aligning with the right relationships and not those that are just targeting our communities to make money. I think that we really need to be mindful and continue to have the conversation so that we could draw out the differences and making sure that we're staying on the path of making everyone financially stable, supporting financial education, but more importantly, just continuing the work that Project Reach has started and continuing to bring us all to the table to support. I'm just really excited to actually be here to have the conversation with you guys. The world is always creating new pain points and hiccups, and they seem to get a little more complicated, and I have to admit, I've had many nights where I did not sleep because of the affirmative action piece, but I'm happy to say that recently 2 of the cases, including mine, was dismissed, and that we know, thank you, but we know it's not going away. And so how do we make sure that we stay connected in the conversation, but more importantly, focus on the mission and purpose that we're all charged with doing? And so thank you again for allowing me to do this.
Oh, thanks. John, what do you see on the forefront that we need to address?
I think we need to make this a business case. I think, again, the color's green. Luckily, the data's on your side. Again, I'd encourage people to go read the Business Plan for America, look at the data. The most profitable companies in America the most profitable regions in America are diverse and inclusive. That's not an opinion. And it's not even close. The data, for those who've embraced it, you're like 30, 40% more profitable, number one. Number two, Lori, building on your comment about innovation, and I was talking to the Comptroller this morning about something that I didn't connect the pieces until Lori said about innovation and where we're going. I'm co-chairing an AI Ethics Council, the AI Ethics Council with Sam Altman. And it didn't dawn on me until this moment, but no different than I think financial literacy is a civil rights issue of this generation. And me and the CEO of Walmart are trying to get 80% of the Fortune 500 to embed this into their companies as a business case. No different than like insurance was, health insurance was 70 years ago. You walk into an employer 70 years ago, say I want health insurance, they throw you out in your head. You walk in there today, they don't have health insurance, you think that they've got a head problem. So it's something that was crazy, it has become institutionalized. I think financial literacy in the workplace is that new thing. So Doug and I are working on that. AI, 99% of black folks today don't know a thing about AI. 99% of white folks today don't know a thing about AI. Yes? We know it's important, but nobody has a clue really, but it's here. And it's going to transform everything by 2030. Here's a level playing field and it's going to impact banking and financial services significantly. It's already having an effect. Here's a chance to bring all these pieces together. And in a world that is changing in complexion and demographics, and creating a new business plan for the future of what I believe the superpower of the world and the biggest economy of the world for the next 50 years. And I think it requires these C-suite leaders to continue to show up and have now a more meaningful conversation about Dr. King's last book, where do we go from here?
Yeah.
But this should be, again, the thing that hits me over and over again, it's a business case.
It is.
Tim, your thoughts?
I would just echo that. I think the key here is we cannot stop. We have to keep at this. John Hope Bryant has been talking about credit scores for 30 years, right? The impact he's made in this world is remarkable because he stuck with it. And he was an inspiration for all of us, but then we all came together, Andrew, because of you and the acting comptroller, and we just got to stick with it. We got to follow the inspiration of John and say, this is our moment. We have a chance, all of us here today, to do something that our grandchildren will look back at us and say, you helped change the world, right? And we just have to keep at it.
Andrew, let me ask you something. We're wrapping up here. Let me ask you a question. You guys happy we're wrapping up?
Black church, yeah, we're all good.
Let me ask you a question. You died twice. You died physically, and the last time somebody mentions your name. Don't you all want a legacy? I'm talking to you personally. Are you just so hardcore, you just don't care? I'm being sarcastic, because I know underneath all this suits and ties and degrees on stuff, these are human beings who you want to know the world to know you were here. That's why you have grandchildren. That's why you have children. That's why you endow universities and scholarship. And that's why we want to live for something larger and more important than ourselves. Don't you want to change the world? Yeah. This is your opportunity to do it on the job. Somebody's paying you
To do the right thing.
and giving you health insurance benefits and vacations to go change the world. You're being paid to come here. God has a sense of humor. And he also, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plan. I think he's got a better one. I think part of that's Project Reach. The rest is up to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I actually had my Johnny Carson moment up here today with you. That's telling my age to all of the people, the young folks who are in here, because they probably think of Jimmy Fallon as the original talk show host. But please join me in giving them a round of applause for their support. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to get started with our next panel. So you heard this morning about why we have people involved with Project Reach. Now we're going to talk about what we've done in Project Reach. So this panel that we have before us right now are some of the most active individuals who've been engaged with some of the initiatives that you heard around Project Reach throughout the country. And so this panel is going to tell you a little bit about some of the work that they've been able to do and what kind of impact Project Reach has been able to make. So starting off, to my immediate right is Nicole Elam, President and CEO of the National Bankers Association, a trade for MDIs, Minority Depository Institutions. Next to her is Rachna Singh, who is the Director and Head of U.S. Secured Decision Modeling at Citi. I had to read that one, that was a lot.
We'll work on that.
Next to her is Mark Brucker, who is the Chief Risk Officer for Consumer and Community Banking at JPMC. Next to Mark is Kleber Santos. Kleber is the Senior Executive Vice President and CEO of Consumer Lending at Wells Fargo. Next, I'm so used to calling them Lot, but it's Laturo Diaz, who is the Vice President of Housing and Financial Empowerment at Unidos US. And over here, across to my far right, is Kay-Ann Smith, Senior Vice President of Diverse Business Segment Strategy at US Bank, and Javon Sterling, Executive Vice President of Amegy Bank. So please join them and give them a round of applause. So just to start us off, Nicole, please talk to us about some of the things that you've been able to achieve in Project Reach to support minority depository institutions.
So before I talk about what I've done with Project Reach, I want to set the context about what some of the biggest challenges are and what the greatest opportunities are for minority banks. When you think about some of the biggest challenges for minority banks, it's around technology and talent. Technology and talent. You heard the last panel talk about how technology is completely changing the banking landscape. Technology is really changing every industry, but particularly banking. You hear a lot that the future of banking is digital, but it's really the now of banking is digital. You need digital tools, you need AI, you need to be able to leverage AI to decrease cost and increase efficiencies. You need technology and AI for data management and data infrastructure. And data is so important because our compliance is increasing, but not only is compliance increasing, but you need data to make better decisions around your business and strategies. And so leveraging data and AI for that. You also have customers who are demanding technology. You know, this next generation of customers won't even bank with you if you don't have an app, if you don't have some type of digital presence. And so technology is changing everything. Technology is also ushering in a whole new competitive landscape that has really been accelerated because of the pandemic. So you now have non-banks and neobanks and fintechs offering banking services in a way that they never had before. We're competing with big box retailers. You've got Uber offering banking services to their drivers. You've got Walmart offering banking services. You've got Target that has buy now, pay later resources. You've got even your home improvement stores who are interacting all the time with contractors, and they're providing some type of credit opportunities for their customers. And they're not doing it because they actually want to enter banking. They're doing it because they know the needs of their customers, and they're trying to grab their customers and offer them something at the point of sale. But the challenge with technology is that it is expensive. I think about some of our big bank partners who are sitting here. They spend $12 to $16 billion a year on technology. Why? Because they know how important and how central it is to their banking business. But the average asset of my bank is $450 million. There is no way that they can compete with how technology is changing. And so we've leaned in really heavily in trying to create partnerships and collaboration opportunities with Project Reach. And one of the ways that we've done it with technology is around just offering a fintech playbook. We know that our folks, our banks don't have in-house technology staff. Oftentimes they don't, and they don't know where to start. You know, you've got a new fintech opportunity. How do I vet it? How do I see if this is a good opportunity for me? And so working with a number of the folks who are represented on this stage, their various organizations, working with Upstart, which is a fintech, we put together a fintech playbook to better assist, and that was done through Project Reach. I talked about talent. Talent and tech are oftentimes the biggest line items on a bank's budget. Talent is also another area where we've partnered with Project Reach and a number of the participants to provide our banks with the talent that they need to excel. One of the biggest ways is through a secondment program, and Citi has really pathed a strong playbook, if you will, or put forth a strong playbook on how to leverage secondments, where they bring in somebody in-house from Citi, they'll come to one of our banks, and they'll work on a project. They may be there for just a project, they may be there for 12 months, but having secondments around technology, around marketing, secondments that help them launch new lines of business, help them figure out new market tax credits, all of these things are important. And so technology and talent are two big ways that we have made sure that we could address the challenges that are in front of MDIs through Project Reach and partnering with Project Reach.
No, absolutely. We kind of like to level set this a little bit. We looked at Project Reach from a 4-tier standpoint, and that is, 1, trusted community institutions to actually provide that access, that initial access point. 2, looking at credit and how credit can actually be that foundation to get people into the services or getting them the access to the services they need. And then what kind of services? Either home ownership or small business. And so that was kind of how we structured the foundation of Project Reach. But coming back to the MDIs, what about technical assistance? You know, we did a lot around that. Could you speak a little bit about some of the work with TA?
So when we survey our banks, we ask them, okay, what are your biggest TA needs? And everything under the sun is a TA need. And so what we did was we looked at their top 5 needs. Their top 5 needs were around lending, technology, communications, marketing, and regulatory and compliance assistance. And so what we did is we reached out to a number of the partners who were on the stage. Climate is an ever-evolving one over the last 6 to 12 months. We reached out and we created partnerships so we could bring those folks in to do webinars, to maybe even move from a webinar to having a person in-house. And so it was great to see how TA moved from just providing information to it actually moving to a secondment program. And I think that was one of the greatest things. We want to provide people with pathways. You know, if you want to assist an MDI, there are a lot of different things that you can do. Maybe you can help them with a vendor partnership or discounted rates, or maybe it's a secondment, or maybe it's TA training. And so we had various pathways for partnership. But technical assistance is oftentimes one of their biggest needs. And they want to know, what are the best players doing, right? So a question that Liberty Bank, I will never forget when I started in this role 3 years ago, Alden McDonald, who's the CEO of Liberty Bank, it's the largest Black-owned bank. He's been around for 50 years leading his bank, and he said, Nicole, this is what I need you to do. So you really sit up and listen when somebody tells you that. And he says, I need you to find out what they do best and tell them to teach us how to do it. And so that has really set the tone of the partnerships that we've created. How can you help them do what you do? Great.
Excellent, excellent. As we think about what else can be needed, or as we look at MDIs, what do you see as the next challenge or solution to help them as far as their preservation and promotion?
Yeah, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the attacks against DE&I. I think over the last several years, particularly in this post-pandemic, post-George Floyd environment, you saw MDIs grow in asset size like they never had before in their history. Black banks grew by 64% in asset size. MDIs as a whole grew by 36% in asset size. So you saw capital coming from the federal government, the private sector, the philanthropic community, and now all of that is under attack. Recently, 2 weeks ago, we saw Citi be sued for their ATM program that doesn't just benefit MDIs and minority banks, it benefits a lot of CDFIs and community lenders. But it's under attack. It's under attack. And so the biggest fear that I have is that all of those folks that made commitments through Project Reach will start to push back. We've made the business case around diversity and inclusion and why it matters and how it helps the bottom line. But at this point, people aren't interested in the business case. They are pulling back because of what they see as the perceived risk. And so what I would say is don't pull back. If you've made a capital investment, if you've made a deposit, if you are doing a secondment program, if you are doing loan participations, if you're doing any of these things, don't pull back because it will devastate the sector if you have all of a sudden people exit. And so I think that is the biggest thing that I would say as a next step is to lean in. Don't lean out, don't escape, but to lean into the commitments that have been made.
All right, thanks. Next, moving on, alternative credit. So we had a lot of work around supporting credit invisibles, Mark and Rachna, you've been very heavily involved in that. Can you talk a little bit about some of the actual efforts that you had underway and some of the successes and progress we were able to make?
All right, I'll start. So I think first and foremost, it's a big population, call it 45 to 50 million folks that don't have a credit file. And if you think about how banking is done today, it's heavily automated. So the absence of that is a real barrier and creates friction in the process. So as we got together, you heard about synergies in the different groups. We experienced the same. And I think to a person, everybody thought cash flow underwriting was the answer. The banks certainly have access to our own depositors, small banks, big banks, and we knew the power of that information to help people grow from a deposit account into a credit card, and then ultimately all the way through to auto and home loans. So that piece of it was there. FinReg Labs has done some really powerful work on this to put even a finer point on the value of that data. And I think the OCC, as the convener, but also had a lot of credit experience in the room, understood that as well. So that part of it was pretty straightforward. The question was, why don't we do it then? Right? I mean, what's getting in the way? And a little bit of business case in the sense of, what's the return on investment? Is there an easy button to go ahead and deliver that data to people? And that really is where we started our work and said, how do we get that information to folks? And we looked at a lot of different options. And the one that we landed on was a fraud platform of all things. So most of the banks had access or had experience with early warning systems, which traditionally was a fraud platform. And we started to ask the question, well, what information do we send to them? And what we found out is a lot of us send more than just fraud flags. We send a lot of cash flow data. And so what we had to do was then go in and say, okay, how do we change the charter of that institution to expand beyond fraud to credit? And that worked pretty well. We got that through. We got it through the easiest use case, John. We got it through for no hits. But you can imagine this information is valuable. So right now, you've got about 4 banks that have gone out in production with that. And what did we find? Well, we found, I'll share what we found. Roughly half of the folks that have that data were able to approve. So some folks do have DDA accounts and they don't handle them well, and typically they don't perform well on credit. But those that have money in their DDA accounts and they're not bouncing checks and they're not overdrawn, when you look at those individuals, we thought that they were a good credit risk. So we partnered with the bureaus to build the links to EWS, because most of the banks have access to those rails, if you will. And we were able to get an information package out there to make credit decisions. So to date, we're over 100,000 accounts as a group. I think that's you should think of that as a small start to a much bigger number. When you look at the performance of those folks, I can tell you the business case is strong, both for the bank and for the individual. And if you missed it, John was talking about the importance of credit scores, right? And what does that mean? When we look at those folks, once they mature through that process, they've been on the books for over a year. 3 out of 4 of those folks that took those accounts, in our experience, have a credit score greater than 720. So you think about that access point. Thank you, sir. So that access point, because ultimately that's going to be the key to get lower pricing on auto financing. That's going to be the key when we talk about home ownership. So super excited about those results. Where do we go from here with that specific data? We'd like to get more data. We'd like to expand the use cases. John and I were talking earlier about damage credit, and I think that's a real use case that we're testing into. Probably the success rate on damage will be lower if you think about people coming through the pipeline than it was for the no hits.
Right.
But again, I think there's a lot of really, really good opportunity there. So be on the lookout as we expand that. We're going to harden the infrastructure that supports all this and really make this a robust solution that more banks can take advantage of.
Mark, what do you think was one of the biggest challenges with getting that off the ground? Just in reflection and looking back.
We talked about the motivation more broadly. I won't rehash that, but I think there was a moment of, these are smaller accounts. They do have a return, but that return is not outsized, and it probably doesn't, just be blunt, it probably didn't stack rank real well against other investments. And I think knocking that barrier down, and again, that was well covered, then started to put the resources against it. And again, I should say, it's banks, it was the community groups and the advocates, and it was building some technology. Nicole talked about it. In an automated world, if you don't build a technology solution that's easily adaptable, it's not going to get used.
Absolutely, thanks. Rachna,
So I would say that data is foundational to all the credit decisions, in fact all decisions. And I think alternative data is particularly transformative in the sense that it fills the gap that we have in our understanding of the consumers who are unaddressed by traditional data sources. So in addition to the DDA workstream, we also looked at the existing alternative data sources that are out there with the major data providers. And these alternative data sources are telecom, utility, rental data, and alternative financing bureau data. So we were set out to create this alternative data pack, pretty much working with the 3 credit bureaus, because as we evaluated and we did our search, we found that most of the coverage of that data is with the 3 credit bureaus. And with the data integration that already exists with the FIs, it just made it easier to work to start there. So we did, we were quite successful in looking at the alternative financing bureau data. We did evaluate it. We were able to analyze and understand the value of it. But the one thing that I would say is that similar to any transformational journey, there are challenges. And as we were looking to expand the scope of those data sources, we were limited in that we could only get our hands on the alternative financing data. So based on those evaluations, where we stand now is that there's a need to expand that suite of alternative data sources with rental, telco, utility, and many other data sources, so that we can get that holistic and comprehensive understanding of the consumers. And I think that is key to making this a success and getting to a greater accomplishment in future with the alternative data work stream.
so just one other thing just to think about as far as the impact. Where do you see the impact of both the credit impaired and also the alternative data down the line if we're able to expand upon this through the REACH initiative?
Yeah, I think that what I would say is that if you think about the credit invisibles put together, I think roughly half of that would be new to credit, and then another half would be thin files. And I think the credit repair is about 9 million, right? I think that when we think about expanding some of these data sources, I mean, if you look at the traditional file, once you file for bankruptcy, it's 7 years, and then you can't do much. But we have found through our internal evaluations that you actually do see segments where there's opportunity. So it's just that the traditional file would never allow to expand beyond that. By getting the alternative data on the credit repair segment and testing it out, I think there's a significant potential in growing that and bringing them back to recovery much faster and having them start all over again. I think that there's certainly an opportunity there. But I think the key thing is really to be able to look at it together, because I think we don't harness the power of this data until we combine all the data sources that are out there. And we will constantly be restricted and limited by just, a few of those. So I think it's about how do we integrate that? And Nicole spoke about technology, right? I think the biggest barrier is how do you get your hands on that data? How do you enable that in your decisions? I think is extremely critical too. But I see a lot of opportunity in the new to credit segment as well as in credit repair. There are pockets, to Mark's point. It's going to be not as successful as the new to credit segment, but certainly going to be segments where we would find that there are consumers who are trying to get back and should have that opportunity if we have the information on them.
Okay.
Can I build
Sure,
on that point?
absolutely.
So, when you talk about what happens when you include a whole demographic of folks who have been left out, I think that speaks to the power of minority banks. A question that I often get is, what makes them so great? Well, it's because not only do they serve an underserved demographic, but they get to yes when others are saying no. And the reason that they get to yes is because they are leveraging this data. They were leveraging this data before it was called alternative data, before there was a place for it to go. Why? Because they know that, okay, you don't have mortgage payments. Why? Because of a history of redlining in this community. But I can look at your consistent rent payments. I can look at other things. And so it's because they have always been relationship-based and always looked at alternative sources of data that they've been able to get to yes, not looking at folks as, oh, you're risky. No, you're not risky. I just need to look at other sources. So if you merge their ability to be very high touch with high tech and what various data sources, imagine the power of that.
No, thanks. Well, moving on to home ownership. So Lot and Clever, you've had a lot going on with the home ownership work stream, and sometimes when I jump in on the calls, I see 100-some people on the screen. I feel like it's multiple views of Hollywood Squares, but can you talk a little bit about what we've been doing in the home ownership work stream?
Of course. Yeah, good morning. Thanks so much for the opportunity, for inviting me. Before I talk about home ownership, I just want to mention that I was absolutely blown away by John. Like John, our institutions, John and I have been working closely together, but I had never met him in person. And as I was listening to the points that he was making in the presentation, it reminded me of Alan Greenspan. Many of you may know, some of you may not know, that Alan Greenspan wanted to be a jazz musician. That's how he started his career. He was playing the saxophone, and he was literally like on the road, young Alan Greenspan, if you can picture that, like as a part of a jazz band, and that was going to be his career track. And then at some point on the road, he met Stan Getz, which is a total virtuoso saxophone jazz player. And literally right there and then he realized I can never be like a jazz player because I can never compete against that guy. He's a lot better than me. And I was like, man, I don't want to go after John like in this presentation. So I really, because I absolutely cannot compete with that. So I thought I was coming to the OCC and I came to church, and it was like an eye-opening experience. It was incredible, man. I want to vote for you if you run for anything. So it was incredible. So home ownership. So it's obviously a very popular, very important topic, very emotional. Like I don't need to tell this audience that one of the foundations of wealth creation in this country is home ownership, because that's how you build equity and you participate fully in the economy. And it is one of the most complex problems. How do you reduce the home ownership gap between African American and Hispanic families compared with their Caucasian counterparts? Is a very complex problem. And I think we work loosely on 5 initiatives, and I'll talk about 3. I'll let Lot mention the other 2. And I'm just going to give you a little flavor. There's a lot more in the weeds on the details, but to give you a sense of things that have only been possible due to Project Reach and our collective education journey as part of Project Reach. So in no particular order, one of the work streams within homeownership was special purpose credit programs. I think Tim Walsh mentioned that in the previous panel. And honestly, I didn't even know what that was. And again, I run consumer lending for a large bank, so shame on me. I should be a lot more fluent on a special purpose credit program. So I think a lot of the value of Project Reach was a very intense conversation on what this thing is, what is the legal framework around it, can we actually launch those things at scale, what would be the impact if we did so, and why is that important? The biggest barrier, or one of the biggest barriers for home ownership for African American Latino families is the closing costs are usually high and the down payment requirements. It is really hard. Usually Caucasian families will rely on savings that they already have, or they can get the down payment money from their family, from their parents. And a lot of Latino and African American families cannot rely on that, so they have to basically go find ways to provide the down payments, and it's really, really hard. A special purpose credit program can allow you to subsidize the closing costs and the down payment, which then allows more African American and Hispanic families to qualify for a mortgage in a way that is affordable, so they can actually make the monthly payments and they can build equity. And to cut to the chase, frankly, this went from, prior to Project Reach, close to 0 in the industry. There wasn't any type of at-scale special purpose credit program to now there are 13 of them. Like 13 institutions have launched their own. Wells Fargo, as an example, we have our own. We launched a $150 million, like was a really, really big. And we have spent almost all of it, and we have helped about 6,000 like families get into homes, and that absolutely unequivocally would not have happened if not for Project Reach, because frankly, I didn't even know what that was. So by definition, we would not have implemented. So that's really, really a good thing that hopefully will continue for years to come, because it can provide immediate assistance to people, allowing them to qualify for mortgage and have enjoyed the dream of homeownership. The second one was, how do we address appraisal bias? And whether it is a reality or a perception, the simple fact is a lot of families have experienced a very regrettable situation where they believe that their home has been undervalued because of the color of their skin. And there are example stories that I have heard, stories that many of you have heard, and solving that problem is not a simple, trivial task. And one of the benefits of Project Reach was, frankly, this exchange of ideas by lots of different parts of our society that have led us to develop a set of initiatives around, frankly, how do we increase the diversity of appraisers? Like, because, it follows that if the appraisal community is very diverse, they will more naturally assess the value of their home fairly versus having any type of unconscious or conscious bias in that process. That obviously takes time. Like, there's no instant gratification, but there is a set of initiatives around creating a pipeline in our respective institutions so we can hire a more diverse body of appraisers, creating education opportunities, career track opportunities, working with colleges, working with community colleges so we can create this next generation of home appraisers that can really help with combating appraisal bias. So there's a lot of work. There are 15 institutions that are investing now on what I'm describing: education, career track, a pipeline. And again, delayed gratification. It takes time to train, but I think it is something that will be enduring and sustainable and pretty helpful. Then the last one that I will mention, and I'm certainly not remotely the expert on the topic, and I am presenting, there is one expert here, so I want to be careful with what I say, but it is home ownership for Native American communities, for Native American sovereign nations. And I think the biggest barrier, and there is Dawson Hermany Horses, he is my colleague at Wells Fargo. He may be the nation's most expert on this intersection of banking and Native American sovereign nations. And if you have any questions, he would absolutely be the person to ask. I almost would give you his phone number, but I felt that was probably a step too far, but he's right there.
Raise your hand. Dawson, just wave so everybody knows where you are.
Dawson may never talk to me after this panel. And I think the biggest barrier that we have confronted, I'm trying to summarize for the sake of time, there's a lot more that goes into this, is educating bankers, educating lenders on the specifics of providing loans and doing banking business in Native American sovereign nations. And there's a lot that goes into that, on the title of the home and who owns the land and et cetera, all of the legal framework. So we have done a lot of what's called educational sessions, matchmaking sessions, bringing Native American leaders and banks and try to really explain the particulars, the specifics, the nuances of land in Native American communities. And I think there's some good things to come here as well. Over 100 organizations have been involved in some of those sessions. So this thing is gaining some momentum. There's a lot of scale that we are starting to develop, and I think it's going to be pretty helpful. That obviously absolutely would not have been possible in the absence of Project Reach, because I think the main lesson here, at least for me, is those really hard problems. I think Comptroller Sue mentioned that if it was easy, it would have been solved already. They require coordination and solutions at scale, and I think Reach has been pretty critical in us achieving that. So, Lott?
Oh, thanks, Kleber. I think the only thing I want to say on the process, Project Reach is really a process to get to a solution or identify a solution. And the 100 or so folks in the homeownership work stream, and there's 8 subgroups that were really drilling down on specific elements of the journey. And it's the detail of that is substantial. Okay. It's substantial. And so, but it's the process of bringing people together, exposing them to ideas they may not have been exposed to. So all those who participated in the work stream were subgroups, and then even the homeownership large work stream were learning and sharing either innovations they had or observations of what they saw happening in the communities they were coming from. Lots of learning, and I just don't think it's a very unique thing. I've been in this industry a lot, and I want to thank the OCC for that opportunity, and other organizers who really saw the value in bringing all this diverse players into a single room and or in this case, single screen, and really exploring ideas. So I want to just say that at the outset. There's two work streams I'm going to focus on. One, which is kind of the proverbial problem, and that is affordable inventory. We all know homeownership is difficult anyway. Credit, there's just lots of headwinds, as we like to say, and for families achieving that. Well, the affordable inventory work stream really focused on bringing in all the ideas that they know of, and they were attacking they were developing and researching everything from expanding financing and manufactured housing, broadening availability of home rehabilitation financing, facilitating construction and finance for accelerated dwelling units, investing in community development corporations and CDFIs who are focused in building entry-level starter homes. To give you an example, many players came in to kind of illustrate these are innovations that are out there. These are strategies that are being deployed to all the participants to kind of vet and evaluate. One outcome, I want to give just an example of one practical outcome, and that is one of the earlier presenters was an organization called Hogar Hispano, which was a CDC, or a community development organization that was focused on purchasing REO assets and distressed notes. They purchased REO assets to create affordable home ownership opportunity, and the notes do two purposes: either maintain home ownership for the family in the home, or capture that for the for sale market, because the problem is too many of those assets leave the for sale markets, and so it's an organization focused on that. Through the REACH opportunity, they gained a lot of investment. JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, Woodforest National Bank, who are all part of REACH, invested, as well as regions and CDFIs and a foundation, to build a $50 million pool of financing that will allow them to buy hundreds of assets. That wouldn't have been possible, or would have been very slow, without the opportunity that REACH presented to that organization. So I'll culminate with the affordable inventory and to say that all the presentation learning is going to be captured in a work paper that they're going to be circulating. And it's really going to provide a roadmap or ideas on how a lender can attack the affordable financing and home ownership question, because it's multifaceted, multi-strategies. There'll be one way to capture that all in one place.
Just real quick, Lot,
Sure.
on this topic of a supply of affordable housing. Paradoxically, if we were to solve access to mortgages, the math doesn't work right now. There's just not enough home units in the United States in order for you to really close the home ownership gap. So this is interestingly enough, probably an underreported issue, and I think a solution needs to take place. Otherwise, we are never going to be able to actually fully close the home ownership gap. Like, we need more housing inventory. And it's been made particularly worse right now, all of you know, as mortgage rates have gone up. One of the practical consequences that a lot of people are deferring, like moving. So the house inventory is actually at an all-time low, which compounds the problem. So this is something that needs to continue to be part of this effort. Yeah. And it is not really a financial issue as much as it is a housing inventory issue, but it's one that is really important for us to try to help solve.
which speaks to the fact that the solutions have to be more than just financial solutions. Things like changing zoning laws on a state and local level so that you can build in different places. Those are some of the things that you have to be innovative about to think about how do you solve this housing crisis.
Right.
And then a second work group that I want to talk about is homeownership after denial or adverse action. Motivated by, I'm from the counseling world, and having a motivated client, there's nothing better. Because you can work them, make them go through work plans like no tomorrow, and they can make immense progress. But capturing where are those motivated borrowers is always a difficult question. Well, is there a more motivated borrower than someone who's applied for a mortgage at a lender and been denied, right? So the work stream, this is really focused on how can we maintain the passion for home ownership in a family who was denied the opportunity to successfully get a loan. And so the work stream really focused on that clientele, that group of families, and started with correspondence and processes, and then ended up trying to create a new channel for these families with partnerships with housing counseling organizations and a project called Homeownership Partnership and Integration Initiative. Very hard one to say. But the point really is there is no standard process for housing counseling agencies and lenders to transact as organizational businesses. And so there's partnerships that happen ad hoc, and it's not that it doesn't happen, it's just one-off. If I know that guy or know that woman and she likes us and we get those partnerships, that's great. What this project seeks to set is to put a standard out there that all HCAs, all lenders can grab onto and use those as part of their toolbox going forward in community lending. We started with HPII and Project Reach, and initially many lenders were involved to kind of start framing what it would look like. Eventually we narrowed down to 3 lenders who are now working on it, which is Wells Fargo, Citi, and Fifth Third Bank. And those staff, and Nicole Williams, I have to give a shout out to her, she's like done yeoman's work in this area, is that the amount of detail, legal and business procedures you have to go through to create an effective channel is immense. And again, without Reach, the ability to get that investment would have been extremely difficult. And so I just want to highlight that those are, and you saw John talking about the kind of looking at the world differently. We have to see this world differently. It also means acting differently, but acting differently in the financial world is not simply by saying, but you have to work through immense detail to make something happen. And I think that particular work stream did a really good job. With that, I'll kind of give it back to you, Andrew.
Well, it's all of us. So, I appreciate all of the efforts that everybody up here has put forth. But before I want to also get to our small business and to talk about some of the things that we've seen develop and progress there in that work stream. So, Kayan and Javon, you can talk a little bit about the special purpose credit programs that have been launched for small and minority businesses as well as women-owned, and some of the work that your institutions have done to support that.
Thank you. Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. I would say that, as I think about the work that we've done around the Special Purpose Credit Program, it is tremendously humbling in that the program is unique, and I have been in banking for, I'm going to stop at 20 years, and to know that this program isn't more widely available is something I think as an industry we need to think about. I would also say that through the acquisition of Union Bank led the way with this special purpose credit program. What we were able to do is widen and broaden the program. And it was mentioned here earlier, right? I think at the end of the process, you hear about the program, you hear about the program's launch. The back end of launching such a program is no small feat. We have done a tremendous job internally from a risk perspective a training perspective, and ensuring that the entire organization at US Bank is galvanized around our ability to deliver for a client base that truly needs our help. And so what do I mean by that? When you think about the fact that, for example, my dad is an immigrant, and I remember being very young, and he was using his credit card, right, for getting loans to start his business because he wasn't able to get a loan. And our special purpose credit card, our special purpose program is allowing small businesses to achieve their dreams by getting loans where they would not normally be approved. The other thing that I would add around what I think we've done differently, access to capital is not just what small businesses need. There is education that is tremendously important in order to help small businesses through their journey. And so through the Special Purpose Credit Program and other initiatives through the bank and partnerships with CDFIs, we've really created what I would consider a wraparound model for small business owners, where if they are not able to be approved through our program, then we are partnering with CDFIs in order to help them get the credit that they need and meet them where they are. And those are really, when you think about the launch of special purpose credit programs, especially for business owners, it goes beyond what banks are able to do. The collaboration and the ecosystem is so much more important than just us raising the flag and taking credit for, say, launching such a program.
All right. Javon, talk about.
Good morning, everybody. Javon Sterling with Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation. We have been in the Special Purpose Credit Program for the last 3 years, and the lessons learned, in my opinion, are among the most important takeaways from launching this program. I think the summer of 2020 was eye-opening for the entire industry and the nation. But what allowed us to be able to embrace this concept of the Special Purpose Credit Program is that we tied back the reasons to our guiding principles. We generally have an interest in making our communities stronger. We want our customers to be stronger, and we think we have a role to play in economic inclusion. So creating this Special Purpose Credit Program for us was very much aligned with our guiding principles as a bank. As far as the impact, I don't think we've solved the problem by any measure, but what it's allowed us to do is to look at the access to capital equation more holistically, and that it's not just access to the credit that's important, but it's creating that social network. As previously discussed, a lot of banking relationships or knowledge of banking were not passed down through generations to certain communities. And so therefore, there's a transformative role that the banker now has to play in this new environment, and that is to show how much they care and bring relationships to communities that are historically underserved. That all said, Project Reach was very instrumental in launching a Special Purpose Credit Program, in that we were evaluating this alternative mechanism to meet the community where they are at a time when the CFPB, the OCC provided guidance, and Project Reach gave us the comfort to know that we could embark upon a program that historically doesn't allow you, or banks are since 1974 not allowed to collect racially identifying information. So now we were being permitted to do this under the Special Purpose Credit Program. What we've found in the last 3 years is we've made loans to over 500 to over 2,000 businesses, totaling over $500 million in loans across all our enterprises. That is a big number, and one of the biggest takeaways is that 92% of those loans were made under our standard credit policy. So what does that mean? It means that lending to minority women, veteran-owned businesses is not as risky as we thought, right? People are qualifying on their own merit. So what is the issue? What we do see is a gap, an approval gap between minority women and veteran-owned businesses and their counterparts. And in many cases, that was a double-digit difference between approval rates. What the Special Purpose Credit Program allows us to do is to reduce that gap by at least 25%. And furthermore, it's allowing us to identify our customers and make that our applicant pool more representative of our community. So I work out of the state of Texas, and for example, 46% of the business owners in Texas are minority owned. And when we looked at our applicant pool, when we just began, we had 20%. 3 years later, we have 40%. So we're making progress in that respect. So where do we go from here? It's about building relationships. I think about the former president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, who said, "Speak in the language of the people, and you'll win their heart." And I think you have to really think through how you build relationships. It's through trust. A lot of that community building is what we're doing. We're going into communities, and we're really trying to establish relationships where people are not looking at the bank as the judge, but a partner in how they get to their financial goals. And that means working collaboratively with the small business development centers, with the CDFIs, working closely with all the business supporting organizations. And what the banker is basically doing is before they say no, or before they render a decision, they're taking that opportunity to actually educate the client on their situation and bringing the vast resources of that banker to assist that client either before or during the application process. I want to talk about a tangible outcome of Project REACH, and that is the American Bankers Association Special Purpose Credit Program Resource Hub. The American Bankers Association, unrelated to Project REACH, we approached them because there was a need to publish this information to basically validate to the industry that creating a special purpose credit program really involves identifying the need, being able to craft your eligibility policy, and then documenting that need. That information needed to reside somewhere where the banking industry felt very comfortable. And when we approached the American Bankers Association, they embraced that concept. And now they host the Special Purpose Credit Program Resource Hub on behalf of the industry. So you can go there and learn about our individual banks' experiences. The case study for Zions Bank Corporation is there, and also for US Bank is there. And since we've started this Project REACH journey, there have been a number of other financial institutions that have embraced special purpose credit programs. So I agree with Ken, the work continues. There's a massive need out there, but I think that need is going to be bridged through relationships where individuals understand not just what information is available to them, but how you apply that information to their unique situations, and how you develop advocacy by building banking relationships before there's a need. So there's a friendship, I call it friend raising before fundraising, that can happen before that request lands on an underwriter's desk, because the banker is in a better position to advocate because there's been trust developed. So.
Yeah.
Back to you.
No, that's good. And Javon, you raised something talking about resources being made available for the industry, but I know that you've also worked on resources made available for entrepreneurs. And Ken, I know that there's been a TA directory initiative that's underway. Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're here tomorrow, you'll be able to hear from the person on my team, Jason Hoover, who actually runs the project along with our partners from Wells and CRF, Energize Colorado, and others. The TA directory or marketplace that we're partnering with all of, and Zion Bank, with other banks, what it will allow for us to do is provide a means by which small business owners will be able to get the information that they need and get the resources that they need. As I mentioned before, access to capital is just the beginning. There's a broader need for education. There's a broader need for support and meeting the small business owners where they are in their journey. When we started the process about a year ago, the ability to collaborate and share ideas and bring the project to where it is today has been phenomenal. In that we basically started from scratch, leveraging Randy's white paper as our foundation for the path that we would take. And to date, we are at the point now where we're looking at identifying the host for the platform. And so the benefit there is the ecosystem and the community at large. The hope is that we will be able to share this understanding, this resource across the board, allowing small businesses to get the support that they need. We're tremendously proud of the work, but I think what the platform through Reach has provided us with is that deeper collaboration. I don't think that we would be sharing some of the ideas amongst banks if it weren't for a program such as Reach. And so just incredibly humbled to be a part of the work and participate in this way, and to learn from the broader partners that we've been working alongside for the last year.
Yeah, I think when you compare, a small business owner and a small business to a major corporation, you would say, okay, what's the difference, right? Well, clearly, it's usually an entrepreneur that wears many hats, and the least amount of resources they have is time. Time to determine, to decipher what resources are really to their advantage, and actually using those resources, having the time to follow through on that. So we recognize that there are multiple sources of technical assistance. The Small Business Development Center, appropriated by Congress, exists in all the congressional states, and you have CDFIs that are providing technical assistance. So the question is, why aren't they able to use those resources to better improve the access to credit gap? And I think in my opinion, it boils down to, again, having the relationship with someone who can help them to determine that there's a credible source and pathway for seeking this information. This is what the Technical Assistance Hub is intended to do, is to provide a single, credible, reliable source to all the technical assistant resources that exist across the country. Now that sounds like boiling the ocean, but it is taking examples of other organizations who are doing similar work at the local level, at the state level, and how do we get that to integrate so that wherever the business operates, they can quickly find that resource. And I think we're close to being, having a solution, and I look forward to sharing more about that detail once we have our funding in place.
I would also say that this platform, without a lot of work, won't, and I say a lot of work, meaning from everyone in this room, the platform will not be as successful as it can be, right? Just like the Special Purpose Credit Program, internally, we've done a lot of work training our bankers, creating advocacy, going into communities and working with CDFIs and other nonprofits to evangelize and socialize the program. We will have to have the same level of effort around the marketplace to create the level of awareness that we should, right? It was mentioned on the panel earlier that you could be in banking and not realize or know what a special purpose credit program is. And we are bankers, so consider what that means for a customer and a small business owner. Very likely that they are not aware of special purpose credit programs, not aware of what, we've had this discussion during our working sessions many times, technical assistance, because it's the jargon that we use, right? And many small business owners, when you say technical assistance, they think it has to do with computers, not necessarily that it is just more broadly the education that is required to move your business from point A to point B. So we'll need the entire ecosystem and partnership and collaboration in order for us to ensure that all business owners are aware of the resource.
And you'll hear more about this from Jason Hoover as a project manager. But there will be an opportunity for the entire industry to pitch in, to be a part of this project. Because I think while we recognize that we all have our secret sauce, we have trade secrets, the way we do things different, there's a bigger need, and that is to grow the economy by creating greater access to credit for all businesses. So there's a higher purpose for why the industry needs to do this, and this is a collaborative opportunity that will be presented, and you'll hear more about that tomorrow.
Great, thanks. Well, before we close, I know this panel is supposed to be about reflection. Just going down the line, what is your most favorite or most reflective moment in your participation in Project Reach? Nicole?
I think my favorite moment is just thinking about how all of the work streams really speak to wealth building. When you think about the key drivers of wealth creation, it's about having access to capital and credit, owning a home, and owning a profitable small business. Those are the three biggest key drivers of wealth creation. And so the intentionality behind that for groups that haven't been financially included, but financially excluded, I think is important.
Rashna?
I think my biggest reflection would be how important persistence has been in getting to a point where we can say that we have accomplished something. I think it's, as I was saying, right, it's a truly transformational journey. And I think goals and outcomes won't be quick. But the ability of the different participants to come together and work together, and as was shared earlier, right, share the trade secrets to some extent, right, has really shown that everybody is willing to make a difference. And as long as we are committed, I think we will get to that outcome.
Thanks. Mark?
Similar, I'd say just how much I've learned. I think, as a risk officer, typically your interactions with community groups are not frequent, right? I mean, we're sort of in the back office. I think, with the OCC, a little bit of a different relationship in this project where you're learning from each other. And I think that was powerful for me. Just, you sort of knew those things were out there, but to have the opportunity to ask follow-up questions and understand it better. I do think the groups got a feeling and a respect for each other's parameters. Okay, we got to worry about safety and soundness while we do all this. And I think that is what made this special, and certainly I benefited from it.
All right, thanks. Clever?
I think favorite moment was seeing the actual launch of the special purpose credit programs in home lending. That's when something goes from a PowerPoint slide to reality, to actually impacting human lives, and that was really, really good to witness. And reflection is that it does take a village. I think the organization of this village was actually incredibly helpful, because otherwise it's really hard to make a real impact given the magnitude of the problem if we are trying to move individually. So I guess the power of the collective has been at full display here. It's really helpful.
Fly?
I would say similar thing. I mean, having a collaborative space where you can have many perspectives and many business interests evaluating ideas that will further a mission of credit access and wealth. I mean, I just think you can't, that's the only way you're going to solve something at a scalable model. And the Reach opportunity really created that space, and I think that was really powerful to me.
Okay, yeah.
I can actually remember the day when it hit me that once we collectively launch the marketplace, that we would be impacting every small business owner in the nation, right? That's humbling because you kind of think about, we are often asked, what would you do if you weren't being paid for it? And just being able to do this body of work that will transcend my career, and it is generational. It's just really humbling.
Okay, Javon?
For me, it's serendipity and the road less traveled. I may look too young to be considered at the halfway point of my career.
Well, Can only started banking when she was 8 years old.
That's right.
But after 22 years, and feeling like you've personally done a lot to impact your community, and realizing that you haven't done enough, Project Reach came together at a very interesting time, and all the stars have aligned. You think about launching a program from August 2000 to May 17, 2021. That's literally less than 8 months. So, from conception to execution, and then having all these opportunities to speak around the country, to talk about what we're doing here in Reach, and other institutions being able to rally around that effort. For me, it's been very personally rewarding, but it's just a story of serendipity.
Thanks, thank you. Well, thank you all of you. It's been great working with you throughout the years, and I'm looking forward to what else we can accomplish together. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much. It's great to see everyone back here. I hope everyone had a good lunch. We're now going to kick off Reach 2.0. But before I do that, I was inspired by some of the discussions from this morning, and I really got to give that opening panel really framed a lot of what we're trying to do really well. And I was reminded of President Lincoln, OCC, 1863, and I want to quote, this is short, from this book by Roger Lowenstein, Ways and Means, excellent book, Civil War, Treasury Secretaries, et cetera. But he talks about Lincoln and his vision for the Union. And he writes, the test of a democracy was that it provide the people a better shot at advancing on the economic ladder. Lincoln told Congress on July 4th, 1861, that the chief purpose of the Union, and thus of the war, was to promote opportunity and a fair chance for all. Sound familiar? Quote, this is from Lincoln now. This is essentially a people's contest. On the side of the Union, it is a struggle for maintaining in the world that form and substance of government whose leading object is to elevate the condition of men, to lift artificial weights from all shoulders, to clear the paths of laudable pursuit for all, to afford all an unfettered start and a fair chance in the race of life. Right? So I think it is really helpful to just go back to these, why do we do these things? Why do these things endure? It's not because we're coming to this, it's because this project has been going on for a long time. And we are continuing this through our means. And I'm just very, very proud to be here at the OCC and to be working with all of you to push these things forward. So with that, let's turn to Reach 2.0. And apologies, we're doing a slide presentation. I'm actually not a fan of slide presentations, but I think in terms of pictures, and it helps to kind of visualize what we're doing and why we're doing it. So, Project Reach is unique. We heard a lot about this morning about what makes us so unique. I think it's really driven by a number of different factors. 4 of them are highlighted here. The first is our focus. We are laser focused on reducing key barriers to financial inclusion. And I know John kind of read off of our website the mission of Project Reach this morning, and that's it. Structure. OCC as convener with leaders from banks, community civil rights organizations, and tech firms working together. When I first came to the OCC and I learned about Project Reach, I was scratching my head. I'm like, what is this? Like, I had never seen anything like this in government. I've been working in government for 20 years. And it is a unique structure because it really does kind of blend the power that we have as a regulator, which is to bring folks together, with the firepower and the passion of those who are in this room, who are listening online, to solve this problem on reducing barriers to financial inclusion. Third, the business model, highly collaborative, right? This is not an adversarial kind of battle. This is, we are working together on the same side of the table. Pilot-oriented. This is all about bold ideas, trying new things, facilitating solutions that would have taken much longer if done alone. One of the litmus tests for Project Reach is, if Project Reach didn't exist, what would happen? And what we want is to make sure that Project Reach is filling a gap, is filling a need on those things. And the third is on these deliverables. And we talked about, Tim talked this morning about trust and innovation, and I think that's a big point of pride for Project Reach. We have been impactful. So I know we had a whole panel this morning on talking about the impact. These are some of the high-level stats on the credit invisibles, on the investments in MDIs. But, and this is the big but, we are now at an inflection point. And I think there's really three things to bear in mind. First is maturity. We're now 4 years old. And, that is, on the one hand, it feels like the time has flown. On the other hand, it is something to just be aware of. We've now been at this. The work streams are now 4 years old. Second, change. There's constant change. Like, this is not in our control. The technology is changing. The economy is changing. The demographics are changing. That is something we just need to be aware of and keep up with. And then third is this risk. And I do think, I preach the risk of complacency to bankers all the time. For the bankers in the room, you're sick and tired of me saying this. One of the things that we need to be attentive to is complacency on the safety and soundness side. We also need to be attentive to complacency on the fairness side, and complacency for ourselves as an agency, as a project. And I do worry that one of the risks is that we institutionalize the work streams, we settle in, and these things kind of just become like our day job, and that would fail. We would miss opportunities. That energy would subside over time, and that is the magic sauce. That's the secret sauce of Project Reach, is that energy, those new ideas. So, what's in our DNA? Innovation is in our DNA. Right now, for the past 4 years, we've been really focused on doing these kind of set top-down policy-driven work streams that we've all are very familiar with. And we need to shift to a more flexible, decentralized, bottom-up structure where collaborative innovation and new ideas are priorities. That is the priority. Innovation, new ideas, and our efforts on reducing barriers to financial inclusion are continually sharpened. Like, we're on our toes. We want to be on our toes. So what does this mean? The top row here is kind of where things were in terms of Project Reach 1.0, and the bottom row is Reach 2.0. Like, the way we've been organized is really around policy-oriented work streams, credit invisibles, MDIs, small businesses. And we've had kind of perpetual subcommittees, and really the focus has been on addressing barriers. That's been our kind of catchphrase. We want to address barriers. In order to kind of promote this continual sharpening in Reach 2.0, I think we need to move towards working groups that are essentially incubators. Like, we're incubating ideas and accelerating them. Discrete projects. So these aren't just subcommittees that live on in perpetuity, but there's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an end. We keep going, and we're accelerating solutions. So under the new structure, and we're going to be talking, the next part of the day is going to be talking about each of these new working groups. We've got 4 laid out. The first is place-based initiatives. And these, we're going to have a whole discussion about when you really want to focus on developing a place, it often is not good enough to just say, let's improve affordable housing in city X, let's improve MDIs in city Y. It's about having a more holistic solution. There are some really interesting efforts out there that have focused on kind of thinking about the place holistically. Second, underserved and disadvantaged populations. And here we already have a bunch of projects in this vein, which is really focusing on people and communities of people where they really do, those barriers affect them disproportionately, and we need to have a solution for that. Third, technology. Everyone's talking about technology, so we want to take technology and turn it from being this thing that we have to wrestle with to turning it into a force multiplier for what we're trying to achieve. And then fourth are these tools, products, and services. And some of these are products and services in the traditional banking sense, and some of them are tools for us. They're tools for us and for our colleagues. When we've had some conversations with some of the working group leads, and one of the questions that's come up again and again is, well, if I've got this particular project in mind, where does it go? There's a lot of overlap. That's by design, right? The way we've done this traditionally is that the work stream the work stream itself was trying to solve a problem. This is a different model. This model is saying that the work stream, the working group, has a portfolio of projects. These projects are related to each other. They'll have synergies. But each of those projects is trying to solve a problem. So we need some way to figure out which perspective and expertise best facilitates project success. And I think this idea of like an incubator, an accelerator, a venture capital, like that's the right perspective, is which of those business ideas do you want to put together? You want to put them in the same room so they're learning from each other as to how to move things forward. I think in terms of pictures, apologies. But on the left, this is Project Reach 1.0. Right? We have the national working group at the top. We've got the 4 work streams: credit invisibles, MDIs, affordable housing, small business, and then you have the subcommittees below. Under Reach 2.0, I think the 2 key differences are what you see now, the arrows are working in both directions. And this is really critical. What we want, what we need in order to have this idea really take place is some of these ideas are coming up, they're bottoms up. Right? This is not the national working group sitting in a room saying, this is what we're going to do. This is all of you in this room saying, you know what? I've got this great idea. I really want to bounce this off a couple folks. If we could get this bank and this group together to work on this, it would be awesome. That's bottoms up. Those are those kind of orange arrows coming up, first thing to note. And second is there's a lot more projects, right? The idea here is that we can do more. We can really put more and scale it accordingly. So here, there are already a lot of current Project Reach projects and initiatives that are going on. One thing that we need to do is just to map those into the new working groups. There's going to be some discussions tomorrow about how best to map those into which of the working groups. And then, of course, we've got to write all this down. And so we've got a charter, and we've got some project criteria here. And I think this is really, really critical. You know, what kind of projects do we want? What kind of projects can have the most bang for the buck? And I think there's really 3 key attributes. First is there's a potential for high return on reducing key barriers to financial inclusion. We want, is the juice worth the squeeze? And we want a lot of juice for the squeeze, and that's that first one. The second, early stage, pre-policy, pre-supervision, incubator-like. And that really is this idea of that's where the risk is. Part of this is taking risk. And I want to go back to one of the themes from this morning is we got to do something a little bit different. If we're just kind of doing the same thing in our normal lanes, we don't need Project Reach. We can just put that into our normal policy process. This is different. The whole point of this is to just get outside of our comfort zone a bit. And part of that often means doing things earlier than we think is possible, doing things before the policy has been set, doing things before we know exactly what all the answers are. And we need to encourage each other to do that. And the third is important to me is that these things would not be done but for the collaboration by the folks in this room. Because we all have day jobs. We all have things that we could be doing on our own. If Reach doesn't need to convene everyone to get that done, let that run. This is special, right? These things happen because we are together. And then we've got this idea of putting some discipline around a prospectus for clearly laying those out. Exits and graduations. So this is, I think, also very important. We need to know when we've achieved success. Because the way this is going to work long-term is, we all know in large organizations, it's easy to start things, it's hard to stop things. If I'm going to, in The Princess Bride, the guy's like, don't ever start a land war in Asia. It's like that, right? We need to have some sense ahead of time, when do we know we've succeeded? And we can move on to the next project. And that's part of this idea of continually sharpening and honing what we're doing and why we're doing it. We're going to try to articulate that ex ante ahead of time. And then finally, these are some of the adjustments we need to make. I mentioned the remappings for some of the existing projects, developing project plans and solutions, and the coordination involved for this is going to be way higher. So in the past, a lot of the coordination was done within the work streams. Now, there's going to have to be a lot more coordination across the working groups. At the OCC, we're going to staff each of those working groups with more senior level folks, like those kind of coordinators, who are going to be working with each other as well as with the working group leads to make sure that all of that synergy takes place seamlessly. So now we go to the next steps, which is that for the remainder of today, I think we're going to walk through each of these working groups, and then tomorrow provide opportunities to present and really have like really live discussions as folks, as you guys kind of ingest and synthesize all of this and say, all right, here's the direction we're going to move in. And then after the conclusion of the summit, we'll develop some project plans and monitor progress towards implementation. And I think that's it. So thank you very much. I really appreciate all of your time and attention. And I'm looking forward to Reach 2.0. Thanks.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. I know you just had lunch and you just heard from Mike. Let's try one more time. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Now I know you're here. Okay. So I really want to thank everyone for coming out today. Of course, Project Reach has been an OCC baby, if you will, and we're moving from our infancy into our toddler phase. And with regard to that, we're going into Reach 2.0, as the acting comptroller just described. And I think what better way to start talking about what these groups do but through actual stories of folks who are focused on Group 1, which is the project-based.
Place-based.
Place-based. I got it wrong on the first try. The place-based working groups. So what you heard the acting comptroller say, with regard to these 4 working groups, each of which is going to serve as an incubator and an accelerator for innovative products and services that we can actually see. But this panel is representing the place-based initiative, which applies a place-based perspective and expertise in identifying key barriers to financial inclusion and their problems that come with that. So projects coming from this working group will focus on improving financial inclusion for specific geographic communities or promoting holistic solutions and developing strategies for specific locales. The achievements of today's esteemed panel really reflect demonstrable economic improvement for specific communities, and we're going to discuss each panelist's role and efforts to accelerate financial inclusion to support various locales and regions. So I'm going to do a quick introduction, and then I'm hoping that my 4 panelists will engage in what I believe is going to be a robust and quite informative discussion. And you guys support them. Don't drift off. Pay attention. All right. So to my immediate right is Donna Gambrell. Donna is the president and CEO of Appalachian Community Capital, is responsible for attracting and directing investments to community development financial institutions and other mission-driven lenders in Appalachia. Since 2015, Appalachian Community Capital deployed over $32 million to help finance renewable energy projects, manufacturing sites, elder care facilities, restaurants, ecotourism, amongst other projects. Donna, you are tireless.
It's true.
Next to Donna is Kala Gibson, Executive Vice President and Chief Corporate Responsibility Officer at Fifth Third. And Kala leads the bank's Corporate Responsibility Office, which works to build strong communities, promote inclusion, and address climate change. Now, under Kala's leadership, Fifth Third has delivered $3.5 billion in loan capital community investments, financial accessibility programs, and philanthropy from 2021 through 2023 to accelerate equality, equity, and inclusion, including $297 million to diverse suppliers and $187 million to 9 disinvested neighborhoods within 11 states of the bank's footprint. Kala, you must be working the same schedule as Donna. That's pretty impressive. Okay. Next to Kala is Anthony Hudson, head of branch distribution of U.S. BMO Harris, and led a key pillar of BMO Empower, which is BMO's 5-year, $5 billion commitment to address barriers faced by minority businesses, communities, and families. He's worked closely with many nonprofit organizations in southern Wisconsin to help close the wealth gap that often exists in minority communities. And I understand on very good sources that you're pretty involved with Milwaukee Reach as well.
Correct.
All right, I don't think any of you sleep at this point. But last, certainly not least, Jesse Van Tol, who is our president and CEO of the National Community Reinvestment Coalition. And Jesse has championed $300 billion in new investments in low and moderate income communities through community benefits agreements with banking institutions. Welcome to all 4 of our panelists today. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. All right, so let's get started. So, place-based initiatives, all right? You guys are going to focus on projects that are intended to improve financial inclusion for specific geographic communities and looking at those kind of holistic development strategies, as I said earlier. So, understandably, participants in this particular working group would bring that level of expertise as well as personal experience of what they've seen with regard to communities. Now, oftentimes when we talked about everything you heard this morning with, Reach 1.0, very much focused, as always, on the people, how we can help the people, how we get better products and services. This comes up a bit, looking at something that people have in common, where they live, where they reside, where they work. Donna, I'll start with you. But as I told you all backstage, I hope this is going to be a good conversation. Tell me a little bit about what you've seen in Appalachia and why focusing on the place, the commonality of the place is so important.
Thank you, Gravette. And so happy to be here today, and along with very esteemed colleagues here. I happen to be also on the board of NCRC, so this is almost like a family gathering in many ways. And to look out in the audience and see so many people that I remember or I know I've worked with, it's good to see everyone. So Appalachian Community Capital is an intermediary CDFI. We raise capital for our members. We have 35 members, and they in turn lend our capital to small businesses throughout Appalachia. So when we talk about the amount of money that ACC has deployed to those members, it sounds like a small amount when you compare it to, for example, what NCRC has done or even what the banks have done. But those 35 members are also leveraging our capital and then recirculating that capital throughout the community 3 to 4 times the amount. So it really is a ripple effect, a positive ripple effect. We are place-based in our model. Because in Appalachia, which is a 13-state region, includes all of West Virginia and portions of 12 other states, starting at the bottom tip of New York and going down to the top portion of Mississippi, 423 counties, 26 million people, 20% of the population identifies people of color, which sounds surprising sometimes when you think of Appalachia. But we are focused particularly on this region, and I'm especially proud to be leading the region because leading the CDFI, because what we're focused on is really looking at ways in which we can ensure that there's affordable credit and other capital provided to small businesses in the region. That's probably one of the biggest barriers, and I bet everybody on this panel could probably say the same thing. Really just finding that access to affordable capital and then working with those small businesses to make sure that there is a financial inclusion model, because so many small businesses, as probably a lot of people in the audience know, are literally working day to day. So they don't necessarily have time to think about, how do I build my credit? How do I look at my inventory? How do I improve my business plan? How do I pivot to online services? What about my cash management flow? All of that is so essential to growing a business. And that's what we do, and that's what the CDFI members do who are part of Appalachia, is really working with those businesses to make sure that that financial inclusion strategy is one that is robust, that does include a large number of small businesses, including businesses of color, because we know that there are disparities between how sometimes businesses of color versus white businesses may in fact be receiving resources. And so I think there's a real opportunity for us to make sure that we are looking at the entire ecosystem, small business ecosystem within the region.
Okay, Donna, thank you. Across how many states?
13.
Appalachia? 13 states. So not a state boundary, but that geographic locale that's impacting in communities and the businesses, all in the same way, very similar.
And you've got that geographic spacing, if you will, in rural communities. So, your next door neighbor might be 30 miles away.
Absolutely.
your bank or your CDFI might be 50 miles away. So there's that geographic barrier as well that is very difficult and very challenging.
The geographic barrier shows up, as you said, in rural communities, but there are other areas, urban areas as well. Kalai, tell me a little bit about what you all have seen from that geographic space.
Yeah, so I want to start with something that John talked about this morning, which was around concentrated poverty, and this idea how you'll have an area, right, that has low credit score, low life expectancy, probably a food desert, a financial desert. And he said 15 minutes, but I know in some of our cities you can go 5 minutes and there's this big change. And so the problem statement was, how do you actually bring resources to those concentrated pockets? So versus trying to boil the ocean and adopt a city or a state, right? How do you actually adopt a 1 to 2 square mile area and put a significant amount of resources and capital into that one area and then start to move on to other areas? So we saw this first in Detroit, right? With the, it was called 8 Mile, but it's 7 miles, right? So Gratiot and 7 Mile, G7. So in Detroit, how many people are from Detroit in here? There's nobody from, that never happens. Okay, we have one.
You got a hand over here.
That never happens. There we go.
You got a couple.
Usually when I say who's from Detroit, like everybody in the room raises their hand. But the idea in 2018 was, how do we bring banks, nonprofits, CDFIs all together as a partnership to invest in distinct neighborhoods in the city of Detroit? It was through the Detroit Strategic Fund. Chase was part of it, Huntington, Flagstar, numerous banks, Fifth Third. And so that program kicked off in Detroit, and it's still going, and it's a phenomenal project. But then we looked at that, and this is something that Acting Comptroller talked about, is how do you take ideas, and I'm big on stealing ideas, and take it and say, how do you scale it? And so the idea was, well, if we can do one neighborhood in Gratiot and 7 Mile in Detroit, what if we did 9 neighborhoods? And what if we were really, really specific around the neighborhood? So we were intentional around, and this is coming out of George Floyd, right? So it was this idea around predominantly historically black neighborhoods that have been disinvested for the last 50 to 60 years. And I mean disinvested, nothing has come to these neighborhoods, right, in the last 50 or 60 years. And what would happen if we committed to $20 million to each 1 to 2 square mile areas? And what are the learnings that would occur if we took a holistic approach, and to your point, focused on financial literacy, focused on small business, focused on home ownership, focused on overall wellness? So now you're looking at a geography and saying, how do you make sure that all of those residents in that area have an equal opportunity at success? And then if you learn from that, how do you expand that into rural areas? How do you expand that into Hispanic areas, right, Native American areas? And so we've been focused on this and made this $180 million commitment over a 3-year period, and we kind of exceeded that. We're over $200 million. But the one that we're excited about is one neighborhood in particular we've invested $85 million into. So think about this, 1 or 2 square miles. And this is the neighborhood that the acting comptroller spent 3 hours touring, right? Because when you say these type of things, people want to come and see it. And it's the idea of creating commercial corridors, creating housing for seniors, creating markets and co-ops for people to be able to get fresh food and fresh fruit. And then most importantly, what we do as banks to provide financial access and literacy and all those things that everyone needs to have that opportunity. So we believe that that's something that's scalable, particularly with banks. And we've seen, I mean, every bank in here has some type of program, but it's the idea of how you bring all of those resources together and do it as one group under Project Reach to be able to make it larger.
Absolutely, and sharing the successes as well as the attempts and how you actually identified the need for, we're going from a 13-state span to a couple of blocks, but impactful and intentional, focusing on wealth. So Anthony, you too have a view about place-based. But tell us your perspective on what you bring to this project in the work group.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I think it's so interesting because when Kalai's talking and he's running through the playbook of what's worked in, what you call it, G7?
Yeah.
Is that right? I told Kalai my wife was from Toledo, Ohio, which tried to make me an honorary Detroit citizen, and he told me it wasn't close enough. So I want to make sure I have my lingo right. G7. So the playbook that he just took us through is very similar to what we launched in Milwaukee. And so, and I think what you'll find here is that you can connect the dots across this country, and the needs are very similar. I often tell the story that I moved to Wisconsin 11 years ago to join BMO. And when I told my wife that there was an opportunity in Wisconsin, she said, "We ain't going there." Right? I said, "Well, let's pray on it." She said, "God didn't tell me that. God didn't tell me Wisconsin." So 11 years later, we received a prayer that this was the move for us. But when we were Googling, at the time we were sitting in Charlotte, North Carolina, when we were Googling about Milwaukee, Wisconsin, we were hard-pressed to find a single positive stat for Black men, Black women, Black families.
Wow.
It is year after year rated the most segregated city in the country, right? And segregation is often driven by wealth, opinion of one. And so fast forward, when we were all faced with the harsh realities of George Floyd's murder, we had an opportunity to say, what are you going to do about it? And for us at BMO, our purpose is to boldly grow the good in business and in life. And I can remember really struggling in that moment, and I had an opportunity to speak with our now CEO, Daryl Hackett, just saying, well, what does this purpose really mean for Black and brown people? Because oftentimes I think we talk about issues without really talking about the issues, right? And the issue in that moment was around folks that looked like me, looked like us. And if our purpose is to truly boldly grow the good, how will we show up in this moment and into the future? And what I am really proud of is that, like many institutions, organizations, we launched a $5 billion initiative called BMO Empower that was truly designed to help with an inclusive recovery, more largely to help to create wealth in Black and brown communities. That's the piece that I think travels on for generations. When John was here this morning, there were so many comments that he made that I was nodding my head and saying amen. I don't know if John is gone, but I certainly was tracking with his message this morning. This is about wealth creation.
Yes.
And as our leader, or as our U.S. leader of branch distribution, I think we are uniquely positioned to impact wealth for Black and brown communities through home ownership. You own your own home. That's oftentimes the greatest asset that a family will ever possess. You help to impact wealth through entrepreneurship, business empowerment, and then there has to be a whole lot of access all around those two things. things, right? There's other ways to create wealth, but I would say through my banking lens, how we make those dreams become realities or wealth creators, and it changes the game for us. And so as Kala was talking about G7, I went, that is very similar to what we've done in Milwaukee. And I would say in addition to the access piece, it's the coordination of how you work with local government, nonprofits, and it may be the first time in my career we took down the competitive gloves that we often wear between financial institutions and went, this problem is greater than any one financial institution can solve. So how do we lock arms and prioritize our community?
Very nice.
That, well said.
Yeah.
Very well said. So Jesse is the CEO of the NCRC, and the span and the view across the country that you have from where you sit. Tell me what you think about, place-based and the importance of looking at the community or specific locales and how that can transform in this day and time.
Yeah, I think, it's important to why place-based. When we talk about wealth building, when we talk about inequality, we often think about asset development as an individual activity. And yet all of the research shows, Raj Chetty, your zip code is more determinative of your socioeconomic status in life than practically anything else when you control for a lot of variables. And so many people who are born low wealth also grow up in neighborhoods that have been disinvested. And we know that many of these neighborhoods have been disinvested for decades. Many of the neighborhoods that were redlined in the 1930s are today still redlined. They're still segregated. They still experience greater rates of poverty. And so we have to think about place. One of the things, people who are low wealth grow up in a community, not only do they start life without assets in their family, but they're also growing up in a place with very poor public assets. I think we underestimate the impact that public and community assets have on a person's opportunity in life. And so some of these are obvious. We think about schools and hospitals, grocery stores, lots of different ways. The people growing up around you, are you exposed to folks? And so Anthony said, and it's absolutely right, that wealth drives segregation. It's also true that segregation drives wealth. And so we have to think about place as we think about the people. And I think this working group is an exciting opportunity to do that in the context of Project Reach, because we've had lots of conversations about the product. And when you go down the road of talking about the product, you think about, well, the consumer, the individual. And what you don't talk about are the places they're growing up in. And in the place-based investing conversation, I think the reverse is also true. Too often we talk about investing in place in a way that's disconnected from the people in the place. And that's where you can end up with gentrification, with the development of a place without regards to how the people inside of that place are experiencing it. So I think there's a really exciting opportunity right now. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis is a place that's very segregated. It's a place with significant poverty. Most of the counties in Memphis are persistent poverty counties. It is a place that has experienced disinvestment, much of Memphis, for many decades. And here I am standing on this stage in front of you today because I made it out of Memphis. My family, 7 of us lived in a 2-bedroom house. My mother went back to school, became a doctor. We bought a home. We did well, but I have friends, who grew up in Memphis who never made it out of high school. I know kids who have died since that time. Kids I knew growing up playing baseball and basketball with, kids I grew up with playing sports in the neighborhood who never made it out of Memphis. And so it's places like Memphis and so many communities around the country that have been disinvested and have been disinvested for decades. And the problem is getting worse. And so we have a moment, not just in the context of Project Reach in this working group, I think also the new CRA rule, very helpful in thinking about some of these kinds of places, very helpful in establishing new data on community development investments, where those are located. You know, the Urban Institute found, for example, Memphis is one of the, has some of the least capital flows per capita of any place in the country, including community development capital from banks that's CRA motivated as a consequence of having banking deserts and not having very many bank branches located there. So I think this working group's a real opportunity to think about those issues, think about what we might do to do place-based investing in the right way, in a way that thinks about the people in that place, in a way that creates both community wealth and individual wealth at the same time.
Let me piggyback on something you just said about the people, though, because again, it's place, but it's people. And we've seen these models before where people have tried to come into communities and make investments, but they don't actually have the conversation with the residents about what they actually need and want. So I think that the do different here is that piece of having the residents lead the conversation about what it is that they need in their communities, because all communities are different, right? So you can't come in and say, hey, this is all we have is a hamburger, with special sauce. I mean, they may want, a Chick-fil-A burger or something. They may want something different, right? So, but it's the idea of listening to the residents. And then the other piece that you mentioned too is around that this segregation has been intentional in some cases. I know the 9 neighborhoods that we have, there's one thing that all of them have in common, and is that it's an interstate that runs right through them. Right? I mean, that's the thing that all of them have in common. So if there's some intentionality around separating, there has to be intentionality around how you bring these organizations and these places back. And then the third piece is that we all in this room in particular have not just capital, like, traditional capital, but we have political and social capital. Yeah. So I think when Nicole was up here and she was talking about zoning laws, the people in this room can change those in order to be able to affect those communities, because most of the time, the things that's preventing them from actually moving forward are zoning laws, right? That says that you can't build this here or build that there. So in addition to our traditional capital is using those connections that we have to push people to do the right thing.
And I couldn't agree with him more about voices being so important, because time and time again we've seen too many instances where people have come into communities and said, I know what's best for you. Let me offer you this. And without that conversation, Appalachian Community Capital just was selected as one of the 8 selectees under the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. $500 million. I can't even count that high. But $500 million primarily to work with community lenders to make sure that low-income, disadvantaged communities are part of this entire effort. When we talk about financial inclusion, here's financial inclusion on steroids. Because if we take that $500 million, and there are other selectees who got a whole lot, even more than we did, if we have that $500 million and we're not using that in a way to ensure that there are no communities left behind, then we would have failed in my estimation. That is financial inclusion. That is looking at your community and saying, who's missing from this table? Whose voice is not here in the room? Who needs to be able to talk about what those needs are and how those needs can be met? The day that the announcement was made, we were in the room with the vice president, and there were 8 selectees. And I looked around, and it made the hair stand up on the back of my head, Gravetta, because in that room of the 8, 4 of the 8 were Black or brown people who were going to be leading this effort. Community lenders that for the very first time, historically, had ever received this amount of capital to work directly in their communities. And the other half were a group of very diverse coalitions that, again, would be focused on some of the same things. And I was just reminded that day of Martin Luther King's quote about, the arc of the moral universe being long, but it bends towards justice. He talked about economic justice. And to me, that equates to financial inclusion and so many other components that come with what economic justice really means and should mean in this country.
I have to say, listening to all of you all and all of the panels earlier today, there has been a clear focus on the movement to build generational wealth. But place-based, as I listen to the 4 of you speak about this, reminds me of the significant plight that we've had with generational poverty. And the generational wealth is our aspiration. It's where we want everyone to be with the efforts of the working group. But the sad reality is, for decades and centuries, not focusing on the place, perhaps, has led to that generational poverty. And to your point about engaging with the people who are in these communities, it's one thing to go in and say, I can help you, I can make your life better. They don't believe and understand the benefits of living differently and better when you've lived through a life of my father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, all the way down the line. This has not been generational wealth to me. I only know generational poverty. How do you then go into these places and begin to instill what I can only say is a measure of hope, that that generational wealth can actually be achieved? And when you think about that, what would you share with your fellow participants in the working group about how to achieve that?
You know, I'll jump in on this one really quick because, you know, as banks and business folks, we want to see instant coffee. It's like, hey, we made an announcement, we put some money there, when everybody gonna start getting jobs? It is, you have to be patient because you have to build the trust. Listen, I showed up in these communities, I looked like the community, I'm from Detroit, I'm from these places, and they didn't believe me, right? And it took like a good year and a half for folks to really believe that you're gonna be here all the way through, right? So my recommendation would be that if you go down this path, that is patience, right? Patience, listening and understanding, don't rush it, because people could see that right away. If you're not authentic and you're trying to do something for a PR piece, they see that, and once you lose them, you lose them. So listening, being patient, being intentional, being authentic.
And I think it's a great lesson. You know, I'm so pleased to see this rejuvenation of Project Reach, because I do think we talk about racial equity, we talk about problems that were decades and hundreds of years in the making, and then we want to have an initiative that, you know, in 2 years makes a meaningful difference. And you're talking about really entrenched inequality. We may have seen income inequality close, but wealth inequality really drives opportunity. It is the more important measure and metric. And our levels of wealth inequality are as high and higher than they've ever been. And so tackling that, yeah, you're going to find a lot of reluctance. You're going to find skepticism. These things do have to be done in partnership to lead with listening. You know, we just published a report a few months ago called Redlining the Reservation, which was a partnership with Native Community Capital looking at Indian country and native lands and the relatively low levels of loans that get made. You know, 1 cent for every dollar of small business lending in Arizona and New Mexico goes to Indian country. And you know, the stereotypes that our local Native partners express about how the outside world views them without ever having talked to them, the beliefs that exist about why not that need to be broken down. These require a lot of patience and listening, persistence and insistence from all of us to understand, in fact, what's happening in a place, in this case, Indian country or in Memphis. And that does require going in partnership, listening with collaboration. And again, many of these places have experienced disinvestment for decades. We published yesterday a longitudinal study of HMDA data. For the first time, we knitted together all of the HMDA data sets going back to 1981. And what you find, we picked up neighborhoods that had been redlined in the 1930s. We picked them up in 1981 and said, well, how are they doing? And on average, a redline neighborhood is getting 3,000 less loans, home mortgage loans, a year in each of those neighborhoods. And over the 4 decades, it doesn't get better. In some cases, it gets worse. And so the cumulative impact of starving a neighborhood and its people of capital shows up in the wealth that they have. Guess what? They didn't become homeowners. Guess what? They couldn't start a business. Guess what? That community then didn't benefit from that homeowner paying property taxes or that business serving the community, and so that community has continued to suffer. And we're not going to solve that overnight. We're not going to solve that showing up with pre-imagined solutions.
And we're not going to solve it, I think, by talking in very theoretical terms. I mean, even when we talk about these renewable energy and green energy projects, I hear people talking all the time, well, we've got to explain how the megawatt reduction occurs. My mother, may she rest in peace, couldn't care less about megawatt reductions or the lessening of a carbon footprint. She'd want to know, is there money coming in my pocket? Am I able to save on my utility bills? And I think we have to get back to some of the old ways of which I see John Bryant over there, who used to take people on a bus tour of South Central LA to help them understand what was actually happening in those communities. You couldn't just talk about it in theoretical terms. And I think that's really going to be important as we look through Project Reach and any other initiative, is how do you talk in a way that the average person not only understands you, but the message resonates, and as you say, that it takes time to make sure that you've got a high touch with those individuals who may not even know what you're talking about, frankly, and really are thinking through, how do I make it from day to day? How do I live from day to day? And I'm not even thinking about tomorrow. So I think you have to really work very hard and be very diligent about how you're communicating with people and what that community outreach really looks like, what that community engagement really looks like as well.
I think that's
when you talk about poverty, and I'm just building on all the comments here, there is a shot clock, right? When you talk about generational poverty and life expectancy, when you travel a couple miles or 15 minutes, we're talking about lives being lost, right? And so I think, and I heard Acting Comptroller and Andrew Moss, we talk a lot about this, of like, we have to be very intentional in this moment.
Yes.
I think 4 years ago, when there were multiple organizations launching, what they were going to do to show up in the moment, that list is a lot shorter today, right? And so our ability to stay in the game, and I might be a bit naive in saying this, I tend to believe most the individuals in this room are believers and understand the importance of this work, place-based or Project Reach 2.0 in general. It's about actually what we do when we leave here. Our ability to inspire and influence those that aren't there yet, right? So we have to have the right people around the table to execute in this next chapter, because the stakes are high.
I absolutely agree with you. And the one thing I will say is I feel comforted knowing that the four of you are going to be spearheading and helping to launch the place-based project working group as we go into Reach 2.0. I wish I could keep talking to you all for like the rest of the afternoon, but I'm kind of getting the hook. I really hope you all found as much rich information from what the panel has shared with us today. Would you join me in giving them another round of applause, please? Thank you all.
All right.
So, welcome, and I'm back on stage again. So now I'm going to be Jimmy Fallon instead of Stephen Colbert. But this is our panel that we're going to discuss innovative tools, products, and services, which is one of the new work streams under Reach 2.0. And this panel here has been very focused on, or very involved in some of our activities on developing products and services and different resources that will help with facilitating financial inclusion. So before we get started, let me introduce to my immediate right, Marissa Calderon, who's the president and CEO of Prosperity Now. And she just stepped into this role, 4 months ago, 5 months ago?
Yeah, it's been 5 months.
5 months ago. Marissa, before that, was actually involved with Project Reach as a representative for NCRC.
That's right.
Next to Marissa is Steve Ely. He's the CEO of eCredible. Steve's been very engaged with us through being a fintech and helping us with understanding tools and resources that can help with financial inclusion and data. Next to him is Marcia Griffin. She is the president and CEO of Home Free USA. Marcia has been very active in our home ownership work stream and now is co-chairing our tools, products, and services working group. And then last but not least, Brandy McHale, the head of community investment and development at Citi. So welcome, all three of you. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Thank you.
So I know that we've all been up here before. We've talked about these topics. We know that we heard just from Gravetta and the previous panel about where financial inclusion is needed. Now we're going to talk about what can help with facilitating that. What are some of the things that are needed to create the resources and all of the different types of support to help with increasing financial inclusion? And this is what our theme is this afternoon. It's about how do we accelerate this? As Mike mentioned earlier, that we have a lot of activities that were in the pipeline for about 4 years. But at this point, the needs of the communities are becoming more and more prevalent and necessary for us to figure out solutions that can impact them, not over a long period of time, but how can we get to the low-hanging fruit to solve, and then let's also create a schedule of what needs to be built out as those smaller tools and products and services can eventually lead to long-term activities that will support it. So with that, let me throw this out to all of you and jump in however you want. What do you think are the tools, products, and services that can really help facilitate more financial inclusion and economic support for communities that need it most?
Well, I'll start. Without question, there are a lot of tools, digital tools, Experian, Boost, TransUnion, CreditWise, we've got FinLocker, we've got 1,000,001 Vantage Score, just so many different tools that are available. The reality, though, guys, is that we need to get these tools to the point where people are using the tools. I mean, so you've got the tools and you also have products, mortgage products that many people need but just don't even know exist. I will say that partnerships like the ones we have begun to develop here in Project Reach, and we thank you all for this, I have become familiar with tools and products, mortgage products, that I had never heard of until I became involved with Project Reach. And it is really critical, guys. You know, just recently, I was speaking to a banker, and they told me they have 60 different products, 60 different products, from rehab loans to loans for seniors and home buying and just 1,000,001 other things. Look, we're on the ground working with people every day, working with your customers from the counseling perspective, working with people who are just so desperately want to buy a house. But look, many of the products that many of you have, we don't even know about. And I will say, no question, credit is a big issue. So credit tools that are easy to use, and we've got to be able to get the word out and get people to understand why these tools are of value. It's not that we've created a mortgage product or a tool, but the reality is people have to understand why these things are applicable to them, how it's going to help them, and why they need to use it. And we have to use, I would honestly say, organizations like many of us who are in here today. We have to work together. The partnerships are key, because we have to work together to get the word down about the products, about the tools, whether they're digital or personal or just whatever. We have to get the word down to people, the people that we're all trying to serve, so that they are familiar with the tool and how to use it. And I can tell you, Andrew, for us, because we deal with so many people who desperately want to buy a home, we are hit at least once a week with somebody's coming up with a new tool. But the reality is the tool has not been tested with the consumer. And so we've got to really use, think about how these tools are going to be used, what products are going to be used, why they should be used, and by whom.
I'd like to jump in on that and just say I really think that we need to keep in mind these supply and demand issues. I actually think in some ways we're not giving ourselves enough credit on, in general, the work we have done to date to drive financial inclusion. We started this work, I know when I started in this work 2 decades ago, the number of unbanked households was significantly higher than what it is today. And we've got lots of product innovation that is happening across the private sector. We've got policy innovation. So there is a lot that's happening. But if we put a demand lens on it and we put the consumer at the center of this, there's a lot of choice. Choice hinders usage. We want choice. Too much choice can actually be very paralyzing. I'll continue the theme from the last panel. This lack of trust often shows up in 2 ways that I think we have to build into our product, the design of product, services, and tools. One is it could be too good to be true. Okay, I appreciate it, and I want to thank John this morning, noted the work that we're doing with Operation Hope in Atlanta to make sure that every child in the public school system in Atlanta entering kindergarten has a savings account. We're doing this because what better way to get the next generation on the financial inclusion track than to start early. One of the biggest challenges we have in these programs that we're doing, not just in Atlanta, but in San Jose, in LA, in San Francisco, soon to be Washington, D.C. Too good to be true. What's the catch? So we got to keep that in mind when we think about how we design these efforts. I also think that as banks delivering these products, services, and tools, we've got to also think about the customer experience.
That's right.
And in the moment, when you create that demand and somebody, we bridge that trust gap and somebody comes into a bank, contacts a financial services provider across the whole ecosystem. How do they walk away? What's their experience? So building in the customer experience into this design process. And then I really want to double click on this idea of I think the macro issue here that I think just cuts across the entire REACH initiative that we've got to keep front and center. This idea that a lack of belief that this is for me, that things can get better. And I actually think that we're all really aware of this, but I think there's a secondary issue in this bucket that's really concerning that, again, we need to keep in mind, and that is that it's a zero-sum game. That somebody is going to win means that somebody's got to lose. And I think that as we come into this next chapter of this collaboration and this initiative, we've got to continue to raise up, make the economic case for the why this work matters, but also make the case that this is not a zero-sum game.
No, and if I could just jump in and say, we're an intermediary, and so in part our work focuses on entities that are proximate to the consumer or to the entrepreneur, like community lenders, CDFIs, other entrepreneur-serving organizations, and that space, up until recently with efforts like the greenhouse gas reduction, tidal wave of money, that space has long had essentially like an unfunded mandate. It is proximate to all of the communities that we're talking about. Trust has, in many cases, in most cases, has been built. So there isn't the same sort of tension point with the consumer or the entrepreneur and large mainstream financial services. But in many cases, they lack resources. They lack human resources. They lack financial acumen themselves. They lack the resources to develop product and to engage with whomever their target population is. And so that also needs to be part of the focus, because for all of the amazing products that could be developed, If those entities that are supposed to be serving those consumers and small businesses don't have the resources they need, they can't actually make good on their mission.
Absolutely, and I just want to say I wear two hats, which is one being on the philanthropic side, but also on the business side. And I'll just say that again, as we design new products, services, and tools, and if we believe that we need community-based organizations and institutions to be a bridge and an intermediary, we should build the funding for that into the business model here. This is not work that happens for free.
Absolutely.
It's, you working day in and day out, and we want you to be able to do the work, not the fundraising. And we need, again, we need an economic model for financial inclusion. This has got to be built in. It's not a nice to do. It's fundamental to the economic model.
Absolutely, that's very true.
Steve, you've been actually working on one of our projects, developing the project plan and putting together sort of the team on executing to support a particular tool to help a particular group that's impacted through financial inclusion. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we are in the tool business, and we focus on helping consumers and small business owners build better credit profiles so they can have access to affordable capital. And the approach that we took to that was, we're a small company, we've been around for 15 years, but we have limited resources. So we try to develop with technology the best tools that we can, and we do care about the user experience, we care about it intimately. We start with everything we do is written at an 8th grade reading level. Some of you might go, wow, that's probably too high. But it's not. We have found that 8th grade reading level is about all you can do with financial services and complex products like mortgages to try to have a conversation with a potential buyer. So we kind of use that as the ground floor. Then what we try and do is help people understand the end game. We don't start with just sign up for our tool because we have a cool tool. We try to start with, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to qualify for a home loan or a car loan or even get your first credit card? We deal with a lot of people that are new to credit, that are young people, that are immigrants, that don't even understand our financial ecosystem. And so we're doing a lot of training around the financial ecosystem and how that works. But these tools are essential if you're going to get any kind of scale. We can't do it with people. We work with partners that have people to get the tools out to the people that can actually effectively use them. And of course, we have a website where people can access the tools there as well. But it's really, we start with the end in mind. How do you, if you're trying to get to a business loan, what are the 6 things you got to get right before you can submit your application? With a mortgage, there's about 10 things you got to get right. And so we don't want people submitting applications just to get declined. We try to back them up to the beginning and say, no, go through all these hoops, because if you don't, you're going to get declined. And let's start with education at the very beginning.
Absolutely. If I might add in, first of all, kudos to what you just said there, Brandy. When we talk about tools, there are some personal tools and some professional tools. At the end of the day, when we're trying to reach the people that we all want to serve, first of all, one tool is just outreach. I mean, you've got to reach these guys. No one's going to come and knock on our doors. We have to develop a plan and a program in partnerships, and it does cost money. And if we're going to do anything in a quality way, it takes partnerships and it does take money in order to do these things. We need to reach out together. And from a personal standpoint, meaning here from, with many of the people that we all work with, they really are not sure what they can do. People want to do better. They don't know how. They've become so disenchanted, so disengaged. You hear nothing but negatives on the television, the radio. For God's sake, don't be denied. I mean, that's another whole story. But, we really have to add a little bit of personal not only outreach, but personal motivation. And this is something that the community, the counseling organizations can do a better job of in working with the banks. When we wrap our arms around people, and guys, there are more people who are not ready that we see that are ready today. this is the time, this is really the time for us to work together, bring people in, get them prepared. So when things get better, that they will get approved the first time. There are also folks here that we all know. These guys can buy a home today. They're scared to death. They don't know who to trust. So trust is a term that we've heard all day. And also, we've got to build a relationship of trust with people so that the folks who can buy, who perhaps can't afford a home today, we need to bring them on out and make sure that they feel comfortable that there are banks, organizations like ours, counseling organizations and others who can really help them through the process in a way that's going to be of long-term benefit to them. So, Andrew, as we talk about financial inclusion, yes, the products, yes, the partnerships, but we need to just sort of expand those ideas and get people also prepared today for tomorrow.
I'd just say I think one of the things that would be great to see as we move forward is to really look at what are the market segments. Because we talk about the market here as though it's a monolithic group. And you're right, Marcy, it just sparked for me that people are in different places in terms of their financial health and their readiness to actually take action today. And it'd be interesting to look in this working group at what is the research that we need to do to really understand the market segments so we can match, it's basic banking, sources and uses, and we really begin to match up and get a much deeper understanding of the market segments.
Oh, absolutely.
Good point.
Marissa?
I agree.
We all agree with the same thing.
You look like you were ready to jump in there, so I said, okay, let me make sure
Yeah.
I catch you mid. Now, Steve, one of the things I would like for you to talk about, and I know we're going to expand on this tomorrow, but it's one of the products and services that you're developing for gig economy workers, because that's a new segment that we see growing, particularly around young people. You want to just give us like a quick overview of like sort of the thought of how that project plan is coming together?
Sure. It might come as a surprise to many of the people in the audience today, but 45% of the people that work in the United States are gig workers. They're 1099 employees. They don't get a W-2. 45%. I mean, that's extraordinary. And so these people need the same and want the same kind of benefits and programs and healthcare and education and 401k and banking services that the rest of us here enjoy. And so what we want to talk about in this new work stream is we want to better understand that segment of the population, and then with that kind of understanding, start to develop, and not necessarily develop, but at least analyze what are the kind of financial products that those people should have. Are there, some of them truly look like consumers, but a lot of them look like small businesses. And so how do you kind of find that overlap, and when do you switch from the consumer product to the small business product? And so we're going to talk about that some more tomorrow. But it's a fascinating segment just because it's an extraordinary large part of our population. I think a lot of us just don't think it's that big, and it truly is that big.
And another thing, and that's very interesting, we have to think about what tools and products are best for what people. We work with a lot of students at historically black colleges and universities to get them to understand about homeownership, understand money, just understand what the possibilities are for them. And it's interesting, though, the tools that these Gen Zers use, I don't even understand. I mean, quite frankly, look, I'm really technologically challenged. So, I mean, I'll just say that straight up. But I'm telling you, I mean, everything is a game. And, I mean, they can just pick something up and figure out they only want to learn about the work that we do there at the HBCUs is all around financial education, it's around professional development, it's around performance. What are you going to do when you get a job with Citi? How are you going to produce? What does it need? What what's needed by you. And in terms of products, though, for younger people, I just will say that every product is not good for every generation of person. And for these young Gen Zers that we work with at the HBCUs, the whole way of talking about homeownership is different for them than when we're talking to a Gen Xer or a millennial. So I think that this is something that we all need to think about. How do we get the consumer or the home buyer or the potential home buyer that we want to understand our products? And the way we communicate to them is really, really important for them to understand the what, but also the why.
And going back to something that you said with respect to the gig workers, there's this whole segment of small business that are like solopreneurs that behave very similarly in terms of how they operate, that reach at some point maybe an inflection point to actually organize their business as a going concern. But until they reach that point, it's incredibly difficult to access credit for their business because they don't have an entity, it's a disregarded entity, their funds are intermingled with the business funds. And so, really understanding how that segment of those folks feel very much like they're small business operators. Like you can't tell them otherwise.
Yep.
And that just means that there's a market absence to be able to actually address their needs.
Yeah, I think the preliminary analysis we've done so far is they kind of live in three big buckets. One is that solopreneur who's just gotten started, and many of them are going to stay there forever. It could be just the contractor that's going to be happy to work from home doing piecework, whatever that might be. Then the second one is the one that they have had some success. Now they've hired 2 or 3 other gig workers, 1099s that are part of their company. Now they create a small company. They need to look like an LLC or some other corporation to get all the legal benefits of that. And then you get the third one who's truly launched into a small business. Now they're ready to go get large loans. They're ready to look at SBA loans. And so those needs are all very different for all those 3 big buckets, if you will. And when you consider the size of the population, I think that it definitely is, our time is warranted to spend on analyzing, trying to understand this better.
Oh, absolutely. Well, in closing, just give me a glimpse of what, if you were in the perfect world, what do you think would be the best tool, product, and service that will help with accelerating financial inclusion? Marissa?
I feel like there's probably not a silver bullet, so that would be the first thing that I would say, that we should dispense with the notion that there's going to be a perfect something because of all of the complexity. And at least for our purposes, we try to look at the friction points that are experienced by the organizations that serve the consumer, that serve the entrepreneur, so that we can help to solve for those friction points. Either because there's a missing product, there's a missing set of tools for those organizations. So I feel like that's sort of the highest and best use of our time, to really stay in our lane of amplifying impact for those that are closer to community. And that's sort of a whole series of tools and products that certainly that we're working on today.
Yeah, I don't know if I have anything on the tip of my tongue, but I have the benefit of having 2 sons that are 28 and 25 who are very tech savvy and very close to innovative things going on. And John mentioned earlier today, he thought by the year 2030, AI would solve world hunger to some degree. That's the way they think. They've got AI top of mind, thinking, oh my gosh, I can solve all these problems with ChatGPT, and I know there's a faster one coming tomorrow and a cheaper one coming next week. And I know most of us in this room are probably not technically savvy enough to understand that in any great detail, but you need to get abreast of that. Do whatever you can do to bone up on what that means and what it's going to mean to your business and everything you're doing every day, because it's a train moving fast down the track.
All right. Marcia?
Yes, that's an excellent question. One tool that I see as very much needed, and we do have something like this already, but it's just not being used. And look, for the people, the home buyers, homeowners that we work with, you need to stay in touch with them constantly, whether it's through texts, emails. So I don't know about social media. Well, I know social media, but I'm not saying that you need to stay in touch with them necessarily through social media. But you know, people need, when they come into our environments and they really want to buy a home and they need some help, they need constant communication, constant feedback. And we often don't have, you know, enough people to do all of that. We need the technology to ensure that people are communicated with constantly. Even if you have a chat, you need to have somebody there to answer the chat. And things need to be really, really simple. I think in Gravetta's, in the panel just before us, someone talked about the language that's used. I mean, guys, look, half of the stuff that we talk about when we're together, the average consumer does not understand any of this, a portfolio loan, of this and that and the other. I mean, these folks are just trying to figure out how they're gonna get some down payment money in order to buy their home. So they do need constant communication. They need to know that the banks and the nonprofit organizations are working together. Because if you're ready to go, you can go to the bank. If you're not so ready, you can come to us. So that partnership, the tools of constant communication, and also more co-branding, like many of us are doing now, is really, really critical. So folks know that everyone has their back. And it certainly, I think, makes the banks really, really look good, and people will know that you are in the community and have their backs.
All right, Brandy?
Now, you know I can't really answer your question because that's not my thing, so I'm going to say it's not a product, service, or tool. I'm going to put on the table that I'd like to invite us to also think about a mindset shift in how we approach this work ourselves. And rather than think about financial inclusion, financial health, wealth building as a vertical, that we need to work horizontally across other sectors, because this is a foundational building block for lots of other, for social and economic progress in many other areas. And I would just really like to encourage us to begin to invite some other players out that aren't necessarily see themselves in the financial services or financial inclusion space to join us to see what are those intersection points where we know that we can scale more easily instead of building a vertical by working horizontally and taking collaboration to the next level.
You hit the nail right on the head, agility, and that's what we're trying to do with Reach 2.0. Good. Well, thank you, all of you, and please join me in giving them a round of applause.
Next panel, we'll talk about underserved and disadvantaged populations, which will be moderated by our Deputy Comptroller for Community Affairs, Barry Watts. So I'll turn it over to you, Barry.
All right, thanks, Drew, and good afternoon, everyone. Barry Whitus, and I lead currently the Affordable Homeownership work stream, and soon to be leading the work stream that's focused on solutions to underserved and disadvantaged communities. And this working group will look at challenges for populations and communities lacking fair access to financial services and identify key barriers to financial inclusions and problems to be solved. So we have a great group of panelists here today that can speak to particular populations and communities that have historically been financially excluded. And we'll start with Chuck Bishop, who is the head of home lending and diverse segments at Wells Fargo, and has been a huge proponent of the affordable homeownership work around homeownership after denial and the housing partnership integration initiative that you heard from Lot about this morning. So Chuck, thank you for your service on homeownership and your continued work for this next round around underserved populations.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Santiago Suero, who's a senior policy associate at Unidos US. Santiago does considerable research around consumer issues related to financial inclusion. Santiago is also going to be joining us tomorrow in one of our work groups, and we certainly look forward to your continued participation on this working group in REACH 2.0. Next is Inc. Burko, who's an Equal Justice Works Fellow at the National Consumer Law Center. Those of you that are following the issue of heirs property may have seen a report that Inc. and the National Consumer Law Center recently put out looking at that particular population, those who are affected by tangled titles and in the heirs property context. And we'll hear more from Inc. about what are some of the solutions that we can pursue as part of Project REACH for that particular underserved population. And then last but not least, Christy Finsel, who's the Executive Director of the Oklahoma Native Assets Coalition. Christy has been very involved in the Project REACH affordable homeownership and looking at ways that we can increase mortgage access in Indian country. Christy works broadly on financial inclusion in Indian country beyond just homeownership, so we'll be really interested to hear about more of the work that the Oklahoma Native Assets Coalition is doing and your continued work with our Project REACH. So before we get started, let's give them a round of applause. And we'll start with Chuck. So Chuck, tell us about the would-be minority homebuyer, the challenges, the opportunities, and what are ways that we can help address that, continue to help address that through Project REACH.
Sure. So one, thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here. It's great to be with all of the expanded REACH family that we work with virtually so often. It's great to be together in a room. You guys are safe because I was going to go through 2 hours of data, but John went through that early this morning, so you got a much more eloquent distribution of the data. But let's talk about the obvious, right? So there's a homeownership gap. The homeownership gap and homeownership in particular is typically the beginning of wealth for many families of color. If we look at roughly a 28, 29 percentage point deficit between African Americans specifically and non-Hispanic white homeownership, that's a challenge. But we also have an income gap, about a 35% income gap. So when we talk about today's interest rates, we talk about rising home prices, it doesn't bode well for the opportunity. More importantly, we see today a little bit of a change in the challenge facing minority home buyers. 65% of black and brown applications that are denied due to DTI. So it's not credit, which is only 10% today, and it's not collateral, which is about 12 or 13%, it's DTI. So that says that our consumers aren't prepared for the desire, for the ask that they have to become a homeowner. So how do we change that dynamic? The work that we're doing through Project REACH is amazing because it brings together the brain trust of all of us in the room and those of us back home. But more importantly, we can collaboratively solution for that. So as we talk about how do we face that challenge, is it through people, meaning diverse appraisers? Is it through diverse loan officers? Is it through products, programs, pricing, policy? There are a lot of the opportunities that we have that face us that we can now pivot to through REACH 2.0 because in the first iteration, we really uncovered some firm tasks that we're working on. So now we kind of graduate to execution for those tasks and we move into the more programmatic work of the subsegments, which is important because we've got to elevate this work. We can't just talk about it superficially. We've got to roll up our sleeves down and get more granular, and we need more people engaged. We need, more lenders and more nonprofit entities and others involved. So I really think that if we focus on the biggest gap, and that is, the buyer preparedness, that's going to make a big difference in this opportunity because DTI is something that we just had not envisioned as being the biggest deterrent, and that's where we are today.
And that's great, and that's a really good point, Chuck. One of the things we heard on the last panel, in particular from Marcia and Brandy, was the fact that there are products that are out there, but we're maybe not connecting the consumers with the products that they need, and maybe that we can get some synergies amongst the different Project REACH work streams to advance our work.
Yeah, to your point, we talked a little bit about this earlier. We rolled out Special Purpose Credit Program, and we're in a safe space. This is family. When we rolled out in the refinance environment, we had a hard time getting black customers to respond. They didn't believe the offer. They didn't trust the mail. It was a trust issue in underserved communities because you can't show up when you have something to sell. You have to be there on a regular and ongoing basis. So when you have something to sell, it's that you're bringing the solution to a need, not just popping up because you've got a product. So we learned a lot through that process, and it's changed how we engage in the market, how we collaborate with nonprofit entities and partner with others who have that trust and that buy-in, and they are the gatekeepers for us to have access to those communities.
Yeah, no, that's really good, and I'm really excited that we're going to continue to drill down on this because we'll begin to get some learnings from the Housing Partnership Integration Initiative that Wells Fargo and Fifth Third and Citi are involved in.
Absolutely.
So I'm excited. All right, Santi, tell us a little bit about sort of what you look at relative to underserved and excluded populations in the U.S. financially, and what are some of the things that REACH might be able to do to address that?
Sure. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. It's really great to be here. Really great to see some familiar faces in the audience. So I would like to talk a little bit about some of the unbanked and underbanked populations, underserved populations. The first thing to understand is this is a population that's disproportionately low income, disproportionately people of color, and they're living paycheck to paycheck. So there's a really big need for this population to access tools, financial tools, that can help them build themselves up, improve their financial health, and grow their wealth overall. So that's the first sort of reason why we focus on this. The second big reason is, obviously we have a big home ownership goal. We have a goal of increasing the Latino home ownership rate. People who are unbanked and underbanked are potential, we want them to also be homeowners. And home ownership, you don't just become ready to buy a home from one day to another. It takes time, it takes work, and this is a population that we want to make sure isn't being left behind while we put a lot of effort and resources behind trying to get more Latinos to purchase a home. So it's a spectrum, and it's a group that needs services. And so I want to talk a little bit about what they need and what some of the barriers are. We see first and foremost that, and we've done research on this. We did a survey 2 years ago. We have a forthcoming survey coming out in 2 weeks of 1,200 Latinos, where we asked people, Latinos, why don't you have a bank account? And if you don't, or do you have a bank account? And if you don't, why don't you have a bank account? Similar to the FDIC unbanked and underbanked survey that comes out every 2 years. And what we find is almost exactly the same answers and barriers as the FDIC surveys is that minimum balance requirements and costs are the top barriers. Trust is also in there, but if you ask people why don't you trust financial institutions, and I really appreciate what Chuck said, is that this relates to that point, is that people don't trust financial institutions because they got charged something, or they got a need or a product that didn't fit their needs. They got charged an unexpected fee. The minimum balance requirement was too high. The ID requirements didn't fit what they needed. So that eroded the relationship, and that's why they don't trust the financial institution. So this is also, a population that is fairly large. If you look at underbanked and unbanked people, it's about 40 million people. There's also subpopulations that we focus on a lot, people with LEP, which is limited English proficient needs, people who don't speak English as their first language. There's about 26 million people that fit that description. There's a large, obviously, immigrant population, undocumented population that needs services that are disproportionately unbanked and underbanked as well. Some estimates have it between 10 million to 20 million undocumented people that need services. So this is a fairly big market. The last thing I'll mention is that the way that we've been trying to work with financial institutions, and where a forum like this and Project REACH comes into play, is that we actually see that there's a lot of benefit for financial institutions to work with these consumers, but we're trying to encourage financial institutions to take a little bit of a different approach. So there's a long-term benefit. And what I mean by that is, if you give an unbanked or underbanked person, let's say a bank-on certified account, which meets a lot of these exact barriers that people are communicating they have to accessing accounts, that person will improve trust with you. That person will be loyal to you. That person is saving on overdraft fees that they would have paid for a different account, or they're saving on that payday loan or that check cashing service that they would have used instead of using their bank on account. They're saving that money with you, and over time, as that person grows financially, they're more likely and they're more willing to work with you for other services. Eventually, a mortgage loan, eventually a credit card, eventually an auto loan. So that's the relationship that we are trying to encourage, is a longer-term relationship built on loyalty, built on trust. And we're actually already piloting some approaches to this with partnerships with financial institutions like Wells Fargo, where we're enlisting our affiliates, which are community-based organizations, to get the word out about these services that already exist in the community, but to encourage unbanked and underbanked people to get those services. And so we think that collaborating with community-based organizations, trusted messengers, financial institutions who already have really great products like the bank on certified accounts, like affordable small dollar loans, to connect those with underserved people, we think that there's a path forward there to address financial inclusion and make sure that everybody gets the products and services that they need.
That's great. Okay, well, we'll dig on that when we get through all of our panelists, because you raise a lot of great points. Inc., you've been working on the heirs property issue. I understand it came up as an area of focus for the DC Reach meeting yesterday. For those in the audience that are not particularly familiar with the heirs property issue, could you just give us a primer, the size of the problem, and what are there particular ways you think that Reach might help address the issue?
Yeah, definitely. So first off, I just want to add some context here for the importance of the heirs property issue, which is that there's been a lot of talk, I think, over the past couple of years on the importance of narrowing the racial homeownership and the racial wealth gaps, and doing that in part by increasing Black homeownership and homeownership for other marginalized communities. And I think one thing that's important to keep in mind in these conversations is also preserving the homes that minority communities already have. And so homeownership preservation is a crucial facet of that goal, right? And so that's where heirs property comes in. And for those of y'all in the audience who aren't as familiar with heirs property, essentially this refers to a form of property ownership where the title is unclear and it's divided. And so there are a couple of ways where heirs property emerges, and one of the more common ways is the property owner a few generations ago does not leave a will. They die intestate without a will, and as a result, the property ownerships become fractionated. They become divided over generations, and over ensuing generations, more and more heirs have this ownership. But because of the way that our property law system works in this country, it makes it very difficult for folks to manage their property and to benefit from their property when the ownership is divided in that way. And a little bit on the populations who are affected by heirs property. For starters, 60% of the real property owned by Black Americans is estimated to be held in heirs property status. So that is a large amount. And other communities as well also experience this as well, such as, for example, indigenous and Hispanic communities, particularly in the American Southwest, rural communities in the Appalachian region. And in all of these instances, one of the important facets of this problem developing, which I think a lot of panelists, both today and even in prior sessions, have alluded to, is this issue of trust, right? And one of the ways that heirs property developed historically was from the fact that many, particularly Black Americans, did not feel like they could move through traditional formal legal structures in order to transfer their property ownership. And so when we think about how we address this problem and we think about how we can ensure that folks are able to get this form of property ownership that allows them to benefit from their property and allows them to manage their property and really enjoy the wealth and the equity that homeownership is supposed to promise in this country, we also need to really keep these questions of trust in mind, and how do we invite folks in, and also how do we meet them where they're at in order to help them manage and clear title to their property. And so just a little more on the broader impact of heirs property. There's estimated to be about 6 to 9 million acres of heirs property in the United States, according to some estimates, and this is worth anywhere from $32 billion to, according to some estimates, $440 billion. So this is billions and billions of dollars that are held up in property that folks are not able to access. And so this often expresses itself in a variety of ways, whether it's from an increased exposure to property tax foreclosures. In some counties, over half of the properties that are foreclosed upon through property taxes are owned in heirs property status. In other cases, when we have disasters, for instance, in climate vulnerable areas, we see that heirs property owners are unable to repair their property, and so they lose their wealth in that way. So regardless of the specific area of loss, we can see that this status leads to intense and increased vulnerability for many of the folks who are unable, for whatever reason, to own their property in a way that really promises the benefits of home ownership.
So, a serious problem, one that clearly has gotten some attention of late, which is great. You and I talked separately, and we can dig a little deeper through REACH in terms of, are there products or tools? But let me go to Christy, and then we'll come back to that. Christy has been doing some really great work around Native American financial access, and I'd like you to just tell us a little bit about the challenge there and some ways that we can work even more aggressively through REACH to address them.
Sure. So Have, my name is Christy, and I'm a citizen of the Osage Nation, and I've been directing the Oklahoma Native Assets Coalition for 13 years and engaged with Native asset building research for over 20. And the Oklahoma Native Assets Coalition, just to give a little context, and it will be beyond our organization as well, but we have existed, ONAC's existed for 23 years, and while ONAC has kept its name, we do serve in a national capacity. And so I thought it would be helpful, from a strengths perspective, to talk about a Native understanding first of assets, so not just as financial assets, even though that's why we're here today, but also thinking about assets very broadly, and this informs all of our programming. So thinking about assets not just for individuals, but for the whole community, thinking about natural resources as assets, also thinking about spirituality and kinship, education and homes, tribal sovereignty, our tribal languages, and tribal arts. So all of those pieces are important. And so in all of our programming and in the work of our colleagues around the country, I think the goal is kind of an integrated asset building approach. And so that means that we're simultaneously building multiple assets. So for example, when we are seed funding children's savings accounts through ONAC, we're not just putting in $100 and helping them open a 529 plan so that they can manage that for their children. We're also including a Native arts component and Native language included and other pieces. So we think it's all important to kind of acknowledge that. And when we do so, it builds community trust, right? Because it's Native people working with other Native people, and they appreciate that, right? So given that worldview, that kind of informs the work. And so we think, for example, just having people come for a financial education class, particularly when we're working with very low-income Native families, doesn't really cut it. So we need to have an asset building tool that's seed funded at the same time, and that goes over much better. So I think also just briefly to mention, there's, if we're talking about building assets, I think we still have to acknowledge that there is asset stripping that has continued to today, right, in Native communities. And so we can't just talk about the fact that, with the Commerce Clause 237 years ago, that started controlling Native commerce and, the multiple treaties and land laws since then. But we also still have asset stripping occurring today. So as an example, Native Hawaiian lands may still be stripped by quiet title if a Native Hawaiian family is unable to pay for their surveying and appraisal costs, if there's some kind of defense that needs to be made to their claim. Or I'm Osage, and so I'm sure some of you saw that Killers of the Flower Moon movie, right? And so we have over 25% of the Osage mineral estate that is still going out to non-Osages on a monthly basis. And so, you know, that is another example. And we also have tremendous breaches of tribal government data and individual tribal citizen data that was held by federal databases over time. And then, you know, we have a reliance on high-cost alternative services, financial services, due to a lack of access. And so we really are promoting safe and affordable bank accounts through ONAC. We also know all these statistics about American Indians and Alaska Natives having the highest rates of poverty in the country, that we have the lowest saving rates for college savings, for emergency savings, that we have very low homeownership rates. So we see all those pieces there, but what we're excited about is that we, in the native asset building field, which is very broad, you know, it includes tribal governments, it includes the housing authorities, it includes all the native nonprofits like ONAC, it includes all of the CDFIs, it includes tribally owned banks, and many other partners. So we're all having to work together because, as we mentioned, these issues are too big, right? And the native asset building nonprofit sector has just been underdeveloped for years, right? Invisible in many ways and severely underfunded. And so as a result of that, we have to rely on a lot of partners. And that's why it's great to work with REACH, because for the first time in ONAC's history of 23 years, we are at the table with some new federal partners that we've never had access to have conversations with before, and that's really important. And so we're excited to be here. And we want to address this unbanked and I think when we talk about the unbanked rate, we also have to talk about the underbanked rate too, right? So 2017 was the last year that the FDIC published those two rates together. And in Indian country, that was 50.5%. And so that is impacting all the day-to-day work that we do on the ground when we are needing people to have a bank account so we can put that emergency savings account in there. And when people also don't have access to broadband and are on flip phones, then it impacts all of our program. We have to have manual entry on the back end, and we have to be able to make things work. And then just one last thing to say, you know, when we think about some of these challenges and barriers, I think it's really important to acknowledge that there are American Indians and Alaska Natives, Native Hawaiians, but we're residing all throughout the United States, right? And we're in urban areas. That's the vast majority are there. We're also in rural, and entities like ONAC, who need to serve across the board and make this work with everybody, regardless of where they reside in the US, have to figure out how to do that. And that's where we need your help, because the needs are different, right? And the financial access is different. And so that's part of the joy of doing this work and figuring out how to troubleshoot constantly. So I'll stop there for now, but we can get into the solutions, and we're excited to talk about those.
Great. Well, you know, clearly it's an area that many of us do not have exposure to, particularly if we're in a part of the country where we don't have a lot of tribal lands. And, you know, obviously Oklahoma has probably a higher percentage of its land in a tribal status than anywhere else. But, you know, one of the great things about REACH is that it brings, you know, a variety of partners together to try to tackle solutions. So I'm going to go back to Inc. for a moment because, you know, there may be products that could be developed. Do you have any initial thoughts that we could just sort of put out for consideration from your perspective as to what REACH might do and how we might work together to provide products or tools that address the heirs property issue you just mentioned?
Yeah, definitely. So for us at NTLC, the way that we conceptualize the heirs property potential interventions and tools are through protection of heirs property, so protecting these homes from home loss, resolution or clearing the title so that folks are able to benefit from that clear ownership. And then thirdly, prevention of heirs property. So this is estate planning and outreach to ensure that properties are not going into heirs property generations later. And just for the sake of time, I'll maybe just mainly focus on the resolution and clearance aspect of the problem. But maybe by a show of hands, how many of you in the room have gone through probate? Okay, that is not too many, but for those of y'all who have, as you may or may not remember, it is not a fun process. It is expensive, it is time consuming, and all the more so when you are low income and when you're dealing with so many heirs to the home as well, and so many personalities and folks and dynamics as well. So one of the things that I think could be really effective is, one, ensuring that there's funding for folks to be able to clear their title. In DC, for instance, the heirs property assistance program designated, I believe, $1 million to legal service organizations to help folks clear their property and clear title to their property. And so that's a really important intervention to ensure that folks who are in this status of property are able to get out of that and get that clear title, which is so beneficial. And then another aspect of this that some of us in the heirs property space have been talking about is making it easier for folks who have a partial ownership in their property to buy out the interests of other co-heirs, because this is something that sometimes is difficult, particularly when the other heirs are not going to, they're not going to sign over voluntarily that interest. And so thinking about ways in which we can develop products where folks are able to maybe get a loan on a property despite only having a partial interest, and then using that to buy out the other co-owners, knowing that they will get the full property ownership at the end of this process, I think could be really valuable to helping folks to get that full property ownership.
Great. Okay, we just have a couple more minutes. So what I'd like to do is just ask Chuck and Santi and Christy to just take a moment or two with a couple key things that they think, or that you think that we could collectively do through REACH, and how, working collectively through our various good offices, we can address some of these issues. Let's start with homeownership, minority homeownership.
So in the minority homeownership space, I want to expand the narrative a little bit. We talk a lot about the homeownership gap, and we always approach the homeownership gap by putting more people in homes. We need to flip some of that conversation 180 degrees and talk about sustainable homeownership. If we continue to foreclose on African American and Hispanic homes at a faster rate, putting them in but losing them through the back door is not going to change the homeownership gap. So we've got to do more from a servicing perspective, on a sustainability perspective, and help educate consumers to understand the education doesn't stop when you go to closing. It continues beyond that, because you'll be in the home a lot longer than you were in the process to prepare to get in the home. So I think we really have to do more about keeping people in homes and making sure they understand refinance opportunities when they arise. That's best for their financial perspective.
That's great, very important. Santi.
Yeah, so two things. I think first, we need to make sure that people have the products that meet their needs. And so I've already referenced the bank on certified accounts. Those are really great. They address a lot of the barriers to getting an account. But not every financial institution has it, especially community banks, credit unions, and so we would want that to be more ubiquitous. Underbanked and unbanked populations also need small dollar loans and credit. There's already some great work being done on this by the bigger banks. They need to be affordable, they need to be easy to access, there needs to be an easy underwriting process, and a lot more needs to be done there. But those two are, generally speaking, the two sort of areas that we really want to see really solid products, because that's what you start with to get people into really good quality financial products. The second part is communication. I think Chuck said it best. We want there to be collaboration between the community actors, community-based organizations, trusted entities, and financial institutions. Too often, they always come to us and they say, listen, we want to work with X or Y financial institution, but we don't know who to talk to. We know that they have this bank on certified account, but we want to collaborate with them, organize an event, have a real organized and comprehensive strategy to do outreach. How do we do that? So there's opportunities here to go through us or other entities to try to facilitate those relationships and work together to make that happen.
Great, Santi and Christy.
Sure. In terms of the home ownership piece, so increased down payment assistance is really working. We think that we want a lot more of that. Having equitable housing plans that will address urban and rural, and make sure that we have loan products that are accessible to all American Indians or Alaska Natives, Native Hawaiians, regardless of where they reside in the U.S. We are going to be working with the OCC on a matchmaking session this year, and really try to have more of a conversation with all the players that could help support the native asset building field. And then finally, I think just continued conversation and clarification related to the CRA and how it can be an option for Native entities to be able to, for example, provide their own financial education where it's a trusted source providing the education alongside with support from the financial institutions. So we just hope for the continued conversation there. So I think that's what I need to say.
All right, well, a lot of big issues and a lot of great ideas. I look forward to working with all of you as we progress into Reach 2.0. So let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you. Good job.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chandni Ori. I'm the Director of Community Development at the OCC and also the lead for the Technology Working Group. The Technology Working Group has been formulated recognizing that technology has a very significant role to play in financial inclusion and access to credit. And we've heard about the promise of technology throughout the day and the different discussions today. And when we talk about technology, it obviously encompasses a very wide spectrum of tools. So we can talk about technology in the context of commonly used front-end mobile banking applications, but also new AI/ML models. So what the Technology Working Group will be focusing on is sparking new ideas on how technology can advance financial inclusion. And what we want to do in this panel today is discuss some of those ideas. Because technology is a broad subject, we want to make sure we talk about some concrete examples of how we think we can take this work forward under the new Technology Working Group. So with that, let me introduce you to the panelists. I have Celia Karam, President of Retail Bank at Capital One, Melissa Coide, CEO and Director of FinReg Lab, Lakhbir Lamba, Head of Consumer Lending at PNC, and Matt Roth, President and CEO of Community Reinvestment Fund. Please welcome all the panelists. So we've heard throughout the day that technology holds a lot of promise for financial inclusion and access to credit. And why don't we start with some initial thoughts on what you think is the promise of technology? Celia, why don't we start with you?
Sure, I'll get us started. I'm going to go backwards first before I go forwards to kind of the future of what technology can do. But at least from Capital One's perspective, from our founding days, technology and data have been at the center of how we've thought about financial inclusion. We've long believed that access to credit and access to financial products can be powered for many more people when you really leverage technology and data. You see it in our products. You think about things like no fee, no minimum checking, no overdraft. You see it in our experiences in terms of how we enable people to make it easy to pay their loans. You even see it in the way that we think about financial literacy. We recently launched a partnership with Khan Academy, who I think is one of the premier innovators in how you do education. And they've really brought to life 100% online, sort of snackable education on financial literacy that we see both Capital One customers and non-customers using at rapid rates. And it's really helping to increase their financial literacy, which we all know is key to then building the kind of inclusion and wealth building that we hope to see. Now, if I look forward and what I think about where technology can take us, gosh, I get even more excited. And I think the work that you're doing in kind of this work stream and in Project Reach in total to really bring together financial services, risk management, and all of the innovation that can come about when we start with that mission of thinking about financial inclusion. There are a few examples that come to mind for me. I'm going to jump into the generative AI space because I think it's the elephant in the room, so I might as well step there first. In many ways, I think generative AI can unlock the next frontier of inclusion possibilities. One example, reducing friction for customers and users. A second example, making financial advice much more available on a scaled basis to a wide variety of users and really personalized to their circumstances. And then last but certainly not least, the power of LLM models to really harness a wider variety of data that covers a much broader array of consumers and use that data to then allow us to create more innovative and more personalized tools. All of that becomes possible in a generative AI world. Now, there's things to pause on. There are a lot of things we would need to get right in order to bring that to life. One of them is really thinking about the frameworks that we use to consider accuracy and fairness. And that's a place where I think partnership across the industry and government will really help us to leverage the standards we have to kind of innovate in this future world. But that gives maybe just a few flavors of some of the things I get excited about in terms of how technology can power what I really see as the next frontier of financial inclusion and access.
That's great. You talked a lot about the customer experience and how technology has impacted customer experience, and then you also talked about how the bank's own operations and their use of technology can help develop new products and services. And you talked about the elephant in the room, which is AI. So I'm going to move to Melissa next, and help us understand a little bit more about the promise of AI and machine learning.
Sure, and I'll make an important distinction, but I will join Celia in the enthusiasm for what technology combined with data, especially representative data, hold for financial access and financial inclusion. And I think about data and technology as really oil in the machine for the financial system to both really sufficiently understand the customer segments that they're trying to serve, whether it's consumers or small businesses. Importantly, to name it, to understand the risk. Banking is a risk mitigation industry, and you really do need to have data to understand risk. And then ultimately to build products that are responsive to the individual customers and services who the banking and the financial sector at large is trying to serve. So I too join in the enthusiasm about generative AI, lots of things that I think we're going to need to solve. One of the points I want to make, though, is the banking sector, the financial sector, it's not just banks, it's also non-banks, fintechs, have frankly been using supervised machine learning as a form of artificial intelligence for decades. We looked at this as a qualitative assessment a number of years ago, and it's being used productively and for accuracy, risk assessment from things like fraud, all the way to actual credit underwriting models. I think there are even questions, are really banks using machine learning? And the answer there is yes, they are. And what's really powerful is in the financial sector, we have explicit laws, fair lending laws, laws that require in certain use cases that you have to generate explanations for how your models are deriving their outcomes, explainability. And that really has been a powerful agent for ensuring that this large, important to our economy sector is using these tools and these techniques and the data that go into the models prudently and responsibly, by and large, not to say there aren't irresponsible actors at times. And I do think recognizing, that this is sort of a template for how we think about the evolution of technology, new technologies, bringing in new data into the financial ecosystem, but also the exploration and use of AI in other sectors, that there are things that we can learn from the financial ecosystem and the laws and regulations that really drive responsible use of it. So I'm going to leave it there and share more as we get deeper into it.
Sure. So Lakbir, you've been part of the Credit Invisibles work stream. Part of that work is flowing into the technology working group, and Melissa referred to the use of AI for underwriting for credit invisible populations. So do you want to expand a little bit on that work and how we could take that forward under the technology working group?
First, I appreciate being part of Project Reach for the last number of years, as you said, the alternative credit work stream. When I think about the space of underwriting risk or access to capital, the first principle thinking is very simple. It's assessing how do you manage money. Does the consumer know how to manage money? We've kind of traditionally gotten used to this notion of a FICO score or a credit score. And if I go down to the fundamentals, in 1960s, there was this data collection exercise done by Atlanta a retail company, which became Equifax, of 1 million consumers. That data was then partnered with a tech company called Fair Isaac at the time. In 1960, the score was created. And so you go back 60 years later now, we're used to this notion of a credit score. But at the end of the day, the first principle was very simple. What all data do we have on our consumers, banked or unbanked? Do we understand their patterns of managing money? Can we understand the patterns of managing money through this traditional bureau data or deposit data that we have on our consumers, or through early warning services as part of Project Reach that we created, that works at. And then can we use that data with advanced models to underwrite risk and predict risk better? At the end of the day, as Melissa said, we've been using some versions of machine learning, quote unquote, supervised for a number of years. And mostly all the large banks have been using them, from what I know. But that space is evolving very rapidly. The amount of data captured in the world is doubling every 2 years. Today, the world amount of data in the US is 100 zettabytes. I had to check what zettabyte is. It is 1 trillion gigabytes. And it's doubling every 2 years. Models, a traditional low-jet model, logistic regression the banks are used to, are probably 20, maybe 50 variables in it. To give you a sense, GPT-4o, that was launched, I think, a month ago, has 1.7 trillion hyperparameters. If you look at so the data is doubling every 2 years. Models, the number of features are multiplying by 10 every year since 2018. So you capture the math here, the opportunity for us to predict risk better, understand money movement, understand money management of our clients, or they have a FICO score or don't have a FICO score. How can we use that alternative data, and then how can we make models better within a safety and soundness framework? To Melissa's point, ensuring explainability, transparency, and fairness, which we'll talk more about. I think we can really get more access to capital for consumers. That's kind of how I think about the space.
That's great. And Matt, you bring a very different perspective to this conversation, because you're not just looking at individual consumers and how to serve their needs, but you're looking at small businesses. So can you talk a little bit about the work that CRF has been doing using technology?
Yes, thanks. And thanks for having me. It's a privilege to be here. So before I'll share 2 examples of how we leverage technology in this effort, just a few things to know about CRF. So small businesses are our North Star. We are a supporting organization. We work in partnership with colleagues in the field, CDFIs, other mission-aligned organizations. And we are both a CDFI lender and we're a fintech. So I'm going to focus on the latter of that in these 2 case examples of technology. So one, and our origin story, we're 35 years old, was around increasing the velocity of capital to, at the time, CDCs. This is before CDFIs existed, right? And so we helped them by buying assets off their balance sheet, loans, and selling them off and creating more room and velocity for that money. And so we've continued to do that, but now leveraging technology. So most recently in New York City, with what's called the New York City Opportunity Fund, the city came to us and they had 25 million of cash, net equity that they could put in. Goldman Sachs was a senior lender. We created a $75 million fund focused exclusively on small businesses. And we engaged with 8 place-based New York City CDFIs, micro lenders, moving loans smaller than $250,000 at 4% interest rates. And we're able to move, the original target was 75 million. We blew right through that. We ended up moving 85 million. 80% of that were to people of color-owned businesses and women-owned businesses. 60% of that was in low, mod-income census tracts. It's just an incredibly successful effort. And this was, again, so we used our Connect platform to link small business owners to the 8 CDFIs, and they got to match to the CDFIs based on preferences. We had the Harlem Entrepreneur Fund. We had Renaissance Fund. We had, again, 8 different organizations that served different boroughs and different market segments in the city, and had a really good experience with the matching process. And then we used our CRF exchange platform to buy those loans from the CDFIs every 2 weeks and sell them into a special purpose vehicle, freeing up that balance sheet capacity of the CDFIs and providing liquidity. So again, all around increasing velocity of money and making that work faster. The second instance I'll talk about, and we've been talking all day around technical assistance, our third and most recent technology platform is called CRF Insights. And so one of the use cases, we have 3, but I'll just talk about one for brevity's sake, is around the technical assistance provider. And we've partnered with Allies for Community Business since last summer and their TA providers. So contrast the typical process that many of you are familiar with. You sit down with a small business owner, and it's 4 to 6 weeks of getting paper bank statements, tax returns, someone's manually keying into an Excel spreadsheet. We're leveraging open banking software. We've written a lot of code on top of that. That entrepreneur comes into the TA provider, signs here, and within 10 seconds, we've got 2 years of global cash flow with customized dashboards, and you can do goal setting with the business owner, and it refreshes as often as you want it to refresh. So it's been an incredible time saver for the TA provider and much more robust information for the small business owner to think about how they want to take their business and how they can qualify for credit.
Great. I think these are really great examples of how technology can advance financial inclusion and access to credit, not just for individual customers, for small businesses. But I think there's also a growing sentiment that technology can be detrimental to financial inclusion, that we talked a lot about how data is important for many of these new emerging technologies. And if the data itself is discriminatory, is skewed in some ways, whether these technologies will help exacerbate the inequities that already exist. So these are some real concerns out there, and would love for you all to comment on what do you see as real concerns? Do you see these as real concerns or not? And what do you see are opportunities to perhaps mitigate some of these concerns?
I'm happy to get us started again.
Sure. Yeah.
There are a lot of different angles to kind of tackle in this. I think there are real risks that will need to be mitigated along the way. Maybe the one I'll choose to talk about is really in the sort of fairness and accuracy space. One of the things that could go wrong with these models, as you said, for lots of reasons, whether it's training data or other sort of attributes, we find that the outcomes coming out of these more advanced models are actually more sloped in ways that are harming customers rather than helping inclusion. I think the ways to get around that are to ensure that we have clear frameworks for accuracy and fairness. How do we want to measure that? How do we want to hold companies accountable for that? And we actually have a great basis on which to start, right? The sort of lending as a whole has been regulated in long established ways in terms of how we think about what good models look like, what fair models look like, how we evaluate those, and then also how we evaluate the outcomes of lending programs. And so I think there's a way to start with those existing frameworks and evolve them for these new technologies, for the new capabilities that we have, as opposed to sort of throwing them out and writing a brand new set of AI-specific rules, which it can run the risk of creating contradictions between existing rules and new rules. Instead, I think we should take a framework that is largely working very effectively and figure out how to evolve it for this next set of opportunities.
Yeah, I'll jump on. So FinReg Lab has done some of the first public-facing research interrogating these questions around, can a lender use more complex machine learning, supervised machine learning algorithms in a credit underwriting application, and then deploy certain after the fact, what we call post hoc explainability techniques to generate adverse action notices. Can you understand the model sufficiently? And then can you sufficiently then create explanations that you would give a customer? And this is really important. It's important for fair lending. It's important for consumer education. We all want the consumer to better understand a decision, an adverse decision, so they could come back. And it is more complex, and these models are more complex, and they're able to understand nuance in the data. The data may go one way in one situation and another way in a different situation. Utilization is an example that's often cited. And what we found is, and we evaluated both open source post hoc explainability techniques and proprietary techniques. And what it really came down to was sufficient sophistication of the person in terms of, or the team, choosing the models, selecting the data, understanding correlations in the data, then the choice of post hoc techniques. So it really does require, the point that I want to underscore, it is doable. You can, with confidence, deploy these, but you do need a level of sophistication to do it. And I think this gets to a point that I would want to call out. which is this isn't logit regression, and we don't have coefficients where we all sort of just feel comfortable, like, look at that number. We're in new territory, and it means that it's not just the firms themselves who are deploying machine learning or even more sophisticated LLMs have to understand this stuff. Frankly, we, the broader community, the stakeholders, need to sufficiently, at least to a certain level of sufficiently, so that in the end we all have trust. Because the regulators, the banks themselves, the advocacy community, they're not going to come on board until we really have the ability to look and learn and understand, like, where is that capability in deploying these things so well. Similarly, on the data front, I mean, part of the reason that data is so important is because while we have had, and this is important to say, a really effective credit reporting ecosystem. They get beat up a lot, and we could debate that, but it does function quite well, and it's one of the best in the world. We are also using data by which 50 million adults in the US, this is a bit of a dated number, can't be sufficiently credit risk assessed. That's why we're all motivated around looking at other types of data, because other types of data that actually do represent populations who don't have a family history of wealth, you know, a prior credit history, a family who they're able to build a credit history on, other types of data like bank transaction data, frankly, it's probably even prepaid card data, can be instructive. Some of our research has shown the bank data is actually predictive of credit risk for populations who have been excluded. And so but we're still gonna have to get those data protections right? The data privacy. And here is where, back to the technology conversation, we are, I will admit, beginning to appreciate, we need to really understand how data is shared and how technology may enable privacy in such a way that individuals feel good and comfortable with sharing it, but yet the industry is also able to amass the data that they need to build models in the first place. We've got to figure that piece out. And it is right in front of us right now with 1033, which is being written by the CFPB. So there are lots of pieces that I think we're all needing to grapple with and solve for the benefits of this technology to really be harnessed, especially for inclusion.
Yeah, I think the point you make about the fact that so many of these technologies are so complex and are still being worked out in terms of what are the frameworks, in terms of what goes in and what comes out and how do you assess what comes out. I feel like that's hopefully the power of this technology working group under Project Reach, is where you can have all of these different stakeholders, whether it's consumer groups, whether it's the banks, you know, whether it's experts, talking to each other and being able to say, okay, you know, these are the trade-offs we are willing to make, you know, or these are the choices that we have in front of us, and how do we navigate those choices.
I'm hoping my co-chair is going to make those points.
Yes, so I think.
But yes.
Celia, I think, summed up kind of what our sub-work stream that Melissa and I are going to co-chair under this overall, work set. It's really to create a common framework that we can use as an industry and stakeholders to explain these machine learning models or complex techniques, to ensure that we are being fair, to assess fairness of these models, as Melissa said, because there's a lot of data set involved. There are different statistical techniques to evaluate fairness, to have a common fairness. And then to the point Celia made, how do we evolve the existing frameworks, Reg B, FCRA, or ECOA, or what have you, and make sure we can actually have a common framework complying to all these regulations and laws as an industry, but still keep evolving our modeling approaches. That's really the work set that I'm excited about working with a number of our colleagues in the industry and stakeholders.
So at CRF, I think we're trying to ground ourselves. So we're super aware of the fact that systemic racism and systemic barriers is not something that existed 20 to 30 years ago in financial services, right? It's everywhere. And so for us, it's about interrogation, constant balancing the sense of urgency that we need to bring to community with the need to make sure that we're listening to community and incorporating that. So I'll give you an example of, and you'll meet my colleague, Patrick Davis, who leads our tech business. He'll be here tomorrow on a panel. But so the pilot I mentioned for our Insights product, we wrapped up at the end of the year. It was 6 months. And I said to Patrick, oh, are we good to go? And he's like, no, like we have so much more to learn. The pilot gave us an ability to sit down with all the TA providers who've been talking to these business owners and having their challenges and really strengthening what our offering can be for Insights. But we had to slow down even more and say, you know what, let's do a second pilot with 10 micro lenders and have just a 10-fold increase of input into what's going to really best serve the small business owners and the entrepreneurs. So it's kind of trying to find that right balance. There's no perfect answer, but that's where we're leaning in, just continually interrogate and try and sit with those in community who can best inform the process.
So Matt, I really like the fact that you talked about taking a framework and then trying to put it in practice and then trying to tweak it. And we heard from the acting comptroller earlier today about Project Reach 2.0, and one of the main sort of drivers and motivations for evolving it is because we want to see more action and more projects, and more sort of deliverables. So let's say we are here a year from now, and we are looking back at what we have accomplished between 2024 and 2025. So what are your aspirations? Maybe we'll start, Melissa, with you. What do you think we should have accomplished?
Yeah, I think that I think the collective, I know we want actions and we want deployment, but I think that we also realize with technology, there is such a moment of optimism, but also uncertainty. And so I do think the collective coming together to understand, to poke and to prod, how is technology used safely, appropriately, inclusively for new market opportunities. A year from now, given the work that we're going to be undertaking, I'm hoping we're going to see more institutions with real confidence in safely deploying these technologies, especially for the inclusion implications.
And I know we've had discussions in our working group about, how do we make sure that the smaller institutions, the smaller FIs are brought into, this conversation, and they have access to similar technologies that, some of the larger institutions are able to pilot and invest in. So I'm hoping that, we will get to that point in years.
Yeah.
Lucky, you want to add something?
We're definitely, Melissa and I are looking for members in the group. So if you're interested, let us know.
We have a few. We have a few already.
In terms
come
of
one, come all.
In terms of outcomes or success, I think a published framework, or evolved framework, I should say, on how to leverage machine learning for credit risk underwriting. An industry framework we can actually publish and institutions start using, I think would be a success. The second thing I would say is, going back on what Mark Brucker said earlier in the day, the alternative credit work we started through the other work stream and Reach 1.0, taking it a step further to credit impaired clients, and or increasing the data load that we get from early warning services. Today, the data load we're getting is very small, but expanding that to make even bigger access to credit kind of decisions for consumers would be a success I would look forward to a year from now.
Great.
This is going to sound glass half empty, so apologies up front. And this is probably more than a one-year vision, but so I think if this group went back, I guess it would be 28 years or 29 years right now, and we were all on the White House lawn as Bill Clinton signed the CDFI fund into being, we'd be disappointed with where we're at, right, in terms of the wealth disparities and wealth creation. And so my hope is that we make tangible progress in both outcome measurements so that we can really see, are we moving the needle? Are the tools we're trying to deploy in service of those that we're here for, are we making a meaningful difference?
I think that's a really important point, because sometimes we get so enamored by the technology and the tools and the promise that it holds that sometimes we can lose sight of the actual outcome and the impact that it's meant for. So keeping that front and center as we work in this working group will be very important.
So maybe I'll wrap. My one-year vision is a little bit go slow to go fast, so maybe it has a touch of that glass half empty to it. A year from now, if we have evolved frameworks, I think that will be a big accomplishment where the industries and our regulators and our stakeholders are operating off of the same idea of what does good look like. And maybe more importantly, a real understanding of what data we need. We talk about needing these very broad, diverse sets of training data. I think we've just scratched the surface on what it looks like to do that effectively. And so I think if we can harness that in a year, those two things would really set the foundation for the kind of outcomes we all want to see in 3, 5, 10 years.
Great. Well, I hope we will have another conversation in a year's time, and we'll be able to look back and say, yeah, we accomplished what we set out to do, and we'll have new ideas for other things that we want to undertake. So please join me in thanking the panel for a great conversation.
Thank you.
So I think I'm here just to close things out. I'm going to keep it very short. I just want to start off by thanking everyone for making today such a wonderful, great day, first day for this summit. And I really want to do a shout out to the team that put this event together. I know you all know that these things, the more seamless it is, it almost seems like no one's there. But this team worked really, really hard. I'm going to start with Althea Degree. And then, of course, a bunch of folks on Andrew's team, Shanice Brown, Lisette Flores, Crystal Dooley, Louisa Quitman, Shannon Robinson, and Barbara Jennings, who goes by BJ, who is an institution here at the OCC. Please join me in thanking them for just doing a fantastic job. And then one last thing before we break. So just a really quick story. About a year ago, I had started talking to some of the leaders, lead participants within REACH about, hey, maybe we should start thinking about what the next move is in terms of kind of the precursor to REACH 2.0. And we were talking through some process and governance changes. And this very interestingly, some folks just it was very an emotive response to say, don't take this away from me. Don't bureaucratize this thing. Don't turn it into don't delegate it. Don't turn it into just another day job. I want to be personally involved in this project because I think, I don't know about you, but we come to this because we want to serve our communities, because we want to serve others. And by doing that, we make ourselves whole. And I think that's something that really comes through with Project REACH. And it was just very interesting to have that come through the screen. I mean, we were on a Zoom, and I could just feel it coming through to say, hey, keep the magic, and let's just think through how we're going to keep that magic as we move forward. So I really want to thank the REACH participants for being so vocal about that and keeping us on the right track. So thank you very much. And we've got a reception in conference rooms A, B, and C over here. I'm going to apologize in advance. My oldest is a graduating senior from high school. I did not appreciate how many events there are for graduation season, and I must attend to that. But I really want to thank you all for having a fantastic day. So thank you very much.